ஏன் நெட் ஃபுல்லா இருக்குது. நெட் ஃபுல்லா நெட் ஸ்லோவா சொல்லல. நெட் வருது அது சொல்லல. எங்க இருக்குது ஒன்னு தெரிஞ்சு பாக்குறேன்.
எங்க இருக்குன்னா ஃபோல்டர்ல வந்திருக்கும். டவுன்லோட்ஸ்ல தெரியலனா அப்ப தோடி இருக்குற மெயில் டவுன்லோட் ஆயிடுச்சா? டவுன்லோட்
ஓபன் பண்ணு. வர மியூட் பண்ணல அப்பல கட்டாத. எங்க நான் பாக்குறேன்.
எங்க இருக்குது? எதுவுமே இல்ல. எங்க இருக்குது மீட்? இது வாட்ஸ்அப் இருக்குது. மீட் இருக்குது. ஆனா வந்து இருந்தது கூகுள் மீட் போயிட்டேன்.
என்னதான் போனேன் இரு.
வந்துச்சு. எப்படி ஷேர் பண்றது? இங்க வந்துச்சு. ஷேர் பண்றது எப்படி? ஹலோ, அதெல்லாம் மியூட் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்கேன்.
ஜாயின் நவ்
போட்டு
போடுங்க.
கம்பெனி
அதில் சவுண்ட் வரல, என்ன பண்ணுங்க? சரி போடு.
Hello. Hello, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It's audible. Good morning.
Yes, sir, it's audible, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Let me start. Okay. Very good morning, madam. Today we are going to discuss about the impact of information technology on healthcare. This is our first unit. Can you able to see the screen? Screen is visible.
Yes, sir,
Information
it's visible.
technology. Yeah. Thank you. Information technology has always played an influential role in the development of different sectors from manufacture, education, health, and transportation. Information technology is broadly termed as the use of various digital technologies such as computer, telecommunication, and other digital technologies to send, retrieve, and store informations. Healthcare information technology is referred to as the use of innovative and modern technology system and process to manage health-related information. Healthcare information is of utmost importance of patient, healthcare providers, and insurance companies. Traditionally, information and the data of medical practice was done through paper records, but gradually technology integration became a necessity to keep up with the pace and streamline the healthcare services. So why healthcare industry relies on the information technology? So healthcare industry in the sense it may be a hospital or industry. So mainly we are talking about the hospital management and hospital organizations. So why this healthcare industry relies always on the information technology? Today, the dynamic of healthcare sector as well as the business have been severely affected due to the coronavirus pandemic situation we had seen, and it has led to the closure of many industries and companies which forced people to stay indoor and practice social distancing. So during these challenges, during the pandemic situation, these challenges times, business and medical practice have been innovative in supporting remote work, which allow people to continue doing business by using information technology. That includes fast internet connectivity through 4G and 5G networks and custom design digital software and applications. So we are all seen in 19 to 23, we had seen in the pandemic situation. So we not to go out. So during that period, we had seen because of the information technology, we had done a lot of works. So the next one is in the healthcare sector, right? Because now we had seen the healthcare sector, like even from the medical shop to hospital and manufacturing industries, the information technology has played a crucial role in providing a central database to manage patient data, even in the hospitals, in the form of electronic health records. In the further chapters, we are going to see the EHR, electronic health records, and modern software that helps to simplify medical billing and coding and streamlining the financial revenue cycle. So this is what the technology helped in the hospitals. The reason for this information technology integration in medical practices are assist medical practice to access accurate and actionable data that can easily be customized to suit a particular healthcare need. According to the healthcare need, we can use this particular data. So allow healthcare professional to access important patient details from medical history, diagnose the patient and diagnosing history of the patient and the previous treatment of the patient, and then make an informed decision. The fast decision making reduced the health related risks that can impact patient health and improve the appointment scheduling, insurance verification, coding, and billing procedures. So these are the few points which these IT information technology has helped us to do all the things in an accurate and precise manner, and at the same time by saving the time. So what is health information technology? So what actually the health information technology? It's nothing but the design, development, and implementation, the use and maintenance of the information system in the IT service for the healthcare industry is known as health IT or health information technology. The healthcare information system that are advanced and adaptable will keep improving the medical quality of health while also lowering the cost. So the health information system is the advancement and easily adaptable, and it will improve the medical quality of the healthcare. And the same time, it will reduces the cost and increases the efficiency or efficacy, reducing the error, improving patient satisfaction, and improving reimbursement for outpatients treatment and inpatient health professionals. So this is what the reimbursement from insurance companies and all, they can able to reimburse at a faster manner, uh, and this will give the satisfaction to the patients. So thereby our health information technology helps the patient and the hospital management system. The primary components of health information technology are the following. Some of the following primary components of the health information technology has been given over here. That is electronic health records, that is EHR, and personal health record, electronic prescribing, that is nothing but the e-prescribing by the doctors, then privacy and security of the patient. So this is the thing, privacy of the patient and security. So these are the things in the second unit. We are going to discuss all those things in an individual way. Electronic health record and what is paper record and personal health records. Electronic prescribing, how they are prescribing the e-prescription by the doctors, and what are the privacy security of the patients has been discussed in the next unit. So next one is the various types of health information technologies. So what are the various types which are involved in the health information technology? The first one is the EHR, electronic health record, is at the heart of the health IT system. So an EHR, often known as electronic medical record, we can say this health record or the medical record as electronic medical record or the electronic record, is a patient's official digital health record. Nothing but EMR or EHR is nothing but the official digital health record which is shared among the different healthcare providers and the institutions. They can able to share these data within the healthcare providers or the any institution which requires this particular information about the patient may be easily shared by time consuming, just so they can share the information of the patient to the other institution or other hospitals officially, whichever necessary. The personal health record, that is PHR, personal health record, which is a patient self-maintained health record. This is nothing but the patient self-maintained health record, and the health information exchange that is mentioned here is HIE, which is the healthcare data central hub, or a collective of medical institutions that enter into a data exchange pact and agree to share the data among the various health information technology system, and also important components of the health information technology infrastructures. So it's nothing but the personal data of the particular patient, the personal health record, that is PHR, which can be maintained by the patient itself. That is nothing but a healthcare data of the particular patient. So they'll collectively keep as a hub in a hospital. They can, whenever they require this particular information, they can able to share within the hospital or beyond the hospital in an official manner. And the advantages of the healthcare information technology. So while using this healthcare information technology by the hospitals and healthcare system, so some of the advantages has been mentioned over here. That is traditionally we use a medical coder as to keep in mind hundreds of different codes in olden days. So olden days, before the 2000 and all, we can find that the people has to keep the codes of the particular drug, and the patient has to be keep in mind and memorize. So that is traditionally they have done in that way, which can be complicated with the complex drug names. So because by keeping all the codes, or remembering all the codes by the people is somewhat difficult. So it is complicated and complex. And the addition of different codes, the new codes has been coming uh, coming, so they has to keep all the codes in mind. It will be definitely difficult for the nurses and the doctors or healthcare professionals. So the COVID-19 outbreak also brought different codes. So we had seen in the COVID time, uh, we have come out with the different drugs with the different codes based on the diagnosis, testing, and the treatment of the patient. So installing a modern medical billing software means that all the medical codes are updated regularly, and there will be less risk of medical claim rejection due to the selection of incorrect codes. So because of installing our new softwares, uh, so we can able to restrict or reduce the errors. So the advantages of the information technology in healthcare are detailed and accurate information. So customized care and treatment plans for the patient, improved and fast communication between the healthcare practitioner and the patient. So clear and safe medical record of the patient. Next point is easy access of the patient record through a central databases, and at the same time reduce cost as correct codes are selected and accurate medical claims are submitted to the patient. So these are some of the advantages of the information technology in the healthcare. Next one is medical notification, diagnostic flash and alerts, better recordings and documentation of appointments and diagnostic tests, clinical decision making, and the accessibility of the complete patient data. All can potentially increases the patient safety. So health information technology has been proved to enhance medical practice drastically and can also be used to measure the success of the therapeutic treatment. So these are some of the advantages of the IT information technology in the healthcare. Next one is improved communication channels. So not too long ago, there was a time when the health providers communicated via beeper. So they'll use a beeper for the communication. So nowadays, digital technology, on the other hand, nowadays has enabled communication between the patient and the healthcare professionals, makes much easier. Patients are no longer required to receive letter information from the hospital, from their consultation or consultant and the testing laboratories. So they can directly receive the nowadays a mail directly. They are giving a mail that will be very easier for the patients. The technological advancement, all of the above mentioned, have become considerably easier and most effective. So by maintaining this technology, so we're making all the things very easier and more cost-effective things. Medical practitioners can also create their own webinars. Nowadays, the doctors they are conducting their own webinars and they are making own videos, as well as engage with the other experts using online platform and social medias. So in this way, the technology is very most useful for the people. And video conferencing has made it very simple to converse across the national boundaries. So these are the few improved communication channels by the help of the IT technology, information technology. Then next one is our improved patient care. The technological advancement taking care of patient has gotten substantially easier. Pacemaker, health monitors, and other gadgets make it simple for individual to keep tracking of their own health. So nowadays, these monitors, pacemakers, and gadgets make it very simple for the individual to keep track of their own health. They can able to track in their own. They no need to go to the hospital or somewhere to the nurses. So in the emergency time and all, whenever necessary, whenever required, they can able to use these gadgets to monitor their own health checkup. In case of possible issues, the collected data by this device may be easier forwarded to doctors who can identify what is wrong with the patient even when they are not present. So even the patient can by using these particular equipments or gadgets, they can able to detect, they can able to check all the diseases from patient itself, and then they can send all the data through the software to the particular doctor or the concerned doctor. The doctor can verify all the data which is sent by the patient, and they can take a decision, and then they can give the correct medicine even through the same software. Then massive surgery, even not only this prescription and checkups, So massive surgeries that were seemingly unimaginable the way we do them or already available because of the technologies like capsule endoscopy cameras. This is a capsule endoscopy cameras. By using this, they can be able to do the operation surgeries, which are all small enough for the patient to swallow. The doctor can then monitor the camera to see if there are any problems inside the body. So by using this particular capsule endoscopy cameras, it's a very small one, so they can able to swallow, the patient can able to swallow the camera inside. By seeing that, the doctor can able to do the surgeries. So thereby they can able to easily reduce the time. There is no need of next point is the better accessibility of information. So next one is the accessibility of the information. One of the most important advantage of technology in the healthcare business is that it allows for better and more convenient access to information for both healthcare practitioner and the patients. So this is the main advantage, one of the most advantage nowadays because of the IT. So they can able to, the practitioner and the patient, they can able to get the information more conveniently or more easily. They can access the information between the healthcare practitioner and the patient. So all of the above data can be saved digitally. Whatever the data they are collecting or getting or receiving, they can able to save all the things in a digital manner. And sparing in hospital, sparing hospitals a lot of means money and space, because all the data they are obtaining as in a digital way. So thereby they will sparing the money and space in the hospital. While physical storage is still required, much of it has been digitalized, making it much easier for clinicians to obtain the data. So by saving the data digitally in the hospital, so whenever they required for a particular patient, they can able to collect, like they can get the data from the hospital very easiest manner. Telehealth and telemedicine. The next point is telehealth and telemedicine. In the field of healthcare, telehealth and telemedicine app development are the next step forward. So now this is the next step in the IT, information technology in the healthcare. So telehealth and telemedicine. Patient can now effortlessly communicate with their doctor from anywhere across the globe. They can also obtain the assistance they need from the professional at the correct time from the comfort of the home. So because of the presence of this telehealth, telemedicine app, the patient effectively he can able to communicate with the doctor whatever the problem he is facing. He can effectively he can able to communicate, and the same time you can get the assistance from the doctor at a proper way. This is what they can also obtain the assistance they need from the professional, they need from the doctor at the correct time. So whenever they required, so from the comfort of his home, even he can sit from his home or from the office, he can get the uh, diagnosis from the doctor by the help of the telemedicine app. And the patient can use this platform to monitor for symptoms, manage their medications, communicate with the specialized experts, and much more. So these are the few advantages of the patients, because by sitting at his office or from his home, a patient can use this platform, telemedicine app platform, to even monitor his, even doctor can monitor the symptoms of the patient, and doctor can manage the medication and communicate with the patient, uh, and he can able to prescribe the medicines from the by using this app. They can also test to see if they requires a specific medication and order it right away, having it delivered to their doorsteps. So they can also test to see if they require a specific medication and they can order from their home, and right away the same time he can get it, get all those medicines from his doorsteps. Availability of online education, even because of these healthcare app, means tele IT, information technology, uh, and technology. Another one advantage is that is availability of online education. So the importance, important advantage of the digital technology is the accessibility of the online education, particularly for the healthcare professionals and related degree. The student wanting to pursue a profession in healthcare can now complete their education entirely through online. So because of the information technology, means IT technology, so the people, those who want to study the course, the online courses are available nowadays. They can able to pursue their particular profession in health and complete their education through online courses. This gives people the freedom to study whenever and wherever they prefer, from any institution they want. Actually, the people, the students, they can able to study from whenever, wherever they are working and wherever they are. They can able to pursue their course, whatever the course they required, they can able to pursue from the place where they are. Even from the globe, they can able to, anywhere from the globe, they can able to pursue the course. The next one is healthcare practitioners no longer need to travel large distances. The practitioners not to travel for a long distance and or take time off work, because online education is now more available to them. So this will gives this is one of the major advantage, that they won't travel for a long distance for taking the courses and all, because of the information technology, the online courses, online educations are available to them wherever they are. They can able to take without taking any leave from the office and all. They can do their work, routine work, and the same time they can get the online education through our information and technology. Then health applications. Hundreds of health apps have been developed as a result of the technology transformation. So nowadays, health applications have been developed. Number of applications have been coming on the market. So they can able the result of this technology transformation taking place. This app mainly allows patient to track their health and disease. So mainly the health application apps is used for the allow the patient to track their health and the diseases, receive medical informations, view test results, and be reminded when it's time for their checkups. So this is the most useful, one of the most useful uh, app, means have been developed. This app, what the patient from sitting in one place, they can able to check. Already we have discussed the health, whatever the health conditions, they can able to monitor all the health conditions and the disease states, and some of the information they can able to receive from the online sources or from the particular doctor, uh, the practitioner. If they can get the medical information about the particular disease by sitting at the home in a comfort zone, and whatever the result, viewing test results, they may give the test in the hospital and they can get the report through online or through the app. So this app will helpful for the patient to receive the results and the information whatever they are getting receiving from the hospital. And one more most important one is be reminded. They are always reminded. So whenever they need to go for a checkup or need to go to consult with their doctor, so it will be sometimes they might be forgot. So what happens? This will be reminded by the particular app whenever they require. This particular app will remind them for their checkup and all. And additionally, healthcare application enables healthcare workers to double check test findings and medication dosage suggestions and other key data. So this will give this application app will give the even test findings. Even if they can check one more double check test point findings will be given by to the nurses mainly the healthcare workers and medication dosage suggestions. So this particular app will calculate the dosage for the elderly patient or the pediatric patient or the elderly patient. So what this will calculate the particular dose for the particular patient depending upon their diet and depending upon their medication. Already some of the patient may be in a certain medication and some may be very elderly, some maybe will be in the diet. So this particular health application will help the um, healthcare workers to calculate the medication dosage suggestion. It will give the suggestion to the health workers, and other key data will be given by the health application app. And about the concluding thoughts in general, digital technology has changed the face of healthcare, and this change is projected to continue in the coming years. Actually, in general, digital technology has been changed. Why? Because whatever we had seen before 2000 and after the 2000, a lot of changes will be there in the technology. So, and this changes is projected to continue in the definitely in the coming years. And then artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, mobile healthcare apps, smartwatches, and a slew of their technology breakthrough will all have an impact on the future of the healthcare. So these are the new things which are the new phases of the uh, information technology, means IT technology. So there is no limit to how far digital technology can take healthcare if healthcare organization and the experts keep their eyes open and build the necessary infrastructure and processes. So these are about the concluding thoughts of the um, information technology, role of informational technology on healthcare, and some more topics are there in the unit, that is impact of information on technology and healthcare and the societies. So we need to see the next societies and impact of information technology on government. So these and all we need to see in the further classes. Here we have seen only the impact on information technology of on healthcare and healthcare professionals. Even the we had seen from the even from the medical shop and the hospitals at various departments and the manufacturing industries, wherever the healthcare professionals are working, they are they have a much usefulness of this information technology. And even from the billing side, even the hospital, from the billing side, inpatient to the pharmacy, inpatient to the and outpatient up to the discharge, they can do all the things in the information technology. Software has been most widely used. Previously, in olden days, we had seen when we are going to the hospital, definitely we need to go for a OP outpatient. We need to go and stand in front of a line, and we need to get a OP seat. Then it has to be we need to take the particular OP seat to the outpatient sheet to the doctor. You need to write all the medicines on the prescription by checking our diagnosing our body. So nowadays it is not like that. We need to go and we need to say our name and age. It will be typed by a particular person in the section, outpatient section. And then we need to go to the doctor. He need to prescribe all the drugs. It all has to be entered in a software. All the things will be entered in the software, and even the whatever the medication, whatever the medication we are getting, all the things, even diagnostic tests, all the tests will be written on the data. It has to be stored whenever the same patient going after a particular time, even after 6 months or 1 year, the data has to be taken from the particular data storage. So this is one of the major advantage, and the same time is consumption of time. Means no need to wait for a long time. Even they now classified in a different way, even for the elderly patient, pregnancy people, and the lactating women, to be sent within a few minutes of time in the hospitals, and the youngster has to be kept for more than 10 minutes, and the pediatric patient has to be sent within a particular time. These all will be by the software. So whenever we are giving the age and the disease, patient disease and all has to be entered, what happens, this particular software will segregate all the things. So whichever the time has to be sent, even if a lactating woman or a elderly patient or a pregnant woman, it will segregate, it will give a separate row for the people, and it will send the people within a particular period of time. They will dispense the medicine for the particular patient, and they'll send the people at a particular. This is also one of the major advantage of the particular softwares in IT, information technology in the hospitals, and the kids will be given more preference. These are some of the things. The ability for the patient to obtain information, to better manage their condition and to communicate with the health system, can also improve the efficiency and the quality of care. Actually, the ability of the patient to obtain information, to better manage their condition and to communicate with the health system, can also improve the efficiency and quality of care. So IT again allows healthcare providers to collect, store, retrieve, and transfer information electronically. This is the main thing. So information technology allows us, the healthcare professionals or providers, to collect collect the information, store the information, retrieve the information, and transfer the information electronically. This will helps us to reduce the maximum time and the space of the hospital. So already I told you traditional learning modalities, the computer-based decision support tools are more likely to suggest treatments that are both new and relevant to the care of the specific patients. Okay, they can even nowadays the software will compare the things. So what the patient assessment before, what is the patient, what is the medication, what is the diet, what is the case, and now how it will be. This will be manipulated. This will be correlated by the software and give the report to the healthcare professionals. So in the next coming classes, we will see this is only the impact on healthcare by the information technology. So what is the role of information technology on the healthcare? So by this, what is as a result of this, a new information technology will have a great influence on physician, and under plausible conditions, enhance the rate of diffusion of new knowledge. So participation is a vital aspect of the healthcare. So the coming classes will discuss about the um impact on uh, society. What is the impact on the society, and what will be the impact on the government? uh, so in the government, how it will be, even the train tickets, flight tickets, in the hospitals, insurance, this and all will discuss regarding the governments, how this particular role of the first unit mainly comprises of the role of IT in hospital management. Hospital management sense, we are only talking about the healthcare professionals in the hospitals, and we are covering some of the people in the sector industries, how this particular informational technology is helpful for the healthcare professionals. The next one is the impact on the government. We need to study, and the future healthcare records, and the impact on society. So we will discuss in the coming classes. We need to discuss. If any doubt is there, you can ask. Any doubt? This only about the healthcare workers, healthcare related. how the particular technology is useful in the healthcare professionals. Anybody want to ask anything? Anybody is having question in the particular topic? You can ask related to the healthcare. Anybody needs? Anybody needs any doubt? Anybody question can ask about the impact. So impact is nothing but the benefits. What are the benefits we are getting? What are the healthcare professionals? What all the ways they are getting benefit because of the information technology? This is what we are talking here. So if anybody needs any more points, any doubts, you can ask. Anybody? Because information technology, so nowadays it's developing. It's developing new apps are coming in the market for various reasons. So how we utilize that, healthcare professionals, how we utilize this particular uh, information technology or softwares or app to the particular healthcare professionals, in the sense it may be a pharmacist, biochemist, nurse, doctors. These are the case. Okay. Anyhow, in the next class, we'll. Yeah, please. Yeah, please tell
what
me,
about
sir.
AI? AI will not comes in our syllabus, right? AI.
AI.
Artificial intelligence.
Artificial intelligence. Yeah.
Yeah.
Artificial intelligence. Here we are only
It's,
discussing about the what are all the various softwares and how the softwares will be helpful for the healthcare professionals, even from the billing side, even from the inpatient or outpatient, even from the outpatient side. So from the entry level to the discharge of the patient. So how it will be useful? So I had given more points, more number of points here. So only some few 5 to 6 topics will be very opt for this particular thing.
now, recent trending, we can say that AI in medical imaging.
Yeah, artificial intelligence, it can give its own thing. Why? Because the patient is having certain disease, or patient is having certain diet, or now patient is coming with a new disease. So this artificial intelligence will give us this compute all those things, correlate all those things, and it will suggest us what to do in the next. This is what the artificial intelligence. And mainly the patient history and all, very important. Even the healthcare professionals, they can't able to keep remembering all the patients. Why? Because daily they are seeing different patients with different diseases, different conditions. So if they are having a data of the particular patient, within a second they can take out the patient history. So this is called the patient history, and they'll do current medication. They can come to a conclusion that what we need to give for the current situation. So why? Because if you, at the same time, we'll identify the new disease sometimes with the same symptoms. And social and government is very simple. This is very important. Healthcare professional is the important one. Being 3 topics has been given, means impact of society, impact on the government, and the healthcare. Healthcare is the main one. According to our syllabus, is a very main one. Even though that and all in the next class we'll cover. Anybody else? So go through it. If you have any doubt, you can just note it down, and the next class you can ask the same question, no problem. So we have all the material and all. whatever you require, we will provide. Thanks. Anybody else? Shall I close the session? Thank you.
Hello, sir. Good morning. Hello. Is it audible? Is it audible? Shall I start my class? Able to see the slide? Anyone answer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So
yesterday we saw that how we can adopt the quality by design approach in every cases. So now I am telling that two cases I will want to present just as a example, just as a example that can be adopted in your question also. So last class we saw about what is meant by factors, what is meant by thing response, that individual points we saw in the last class. Now we'll continue with that point onwards. Factors I explained, factors and responses. Then what is the level I can fix and all. Yesterday we discussed it. Then effect also, what is meant by the effect of particular response by keep changing. So everyone knows. So here I want to give one example. Whenever I want to increase the fuel efficiency in the automobiles industry, whenever I want to decrease the load, the fuel efficiency will be increasing. That is, we know that effect of that. So if I am able to adjust in the carburetor speed limit, if I am able to do that, I can improve the efficiency. That means one factor by changing what is the effect, we directly understand. But two or more factors join together, what is the impact it produce, that is called as interaction effect. That is why interaction A, B, C, three factor if I am taking, all the three factor, what is the role on particular responses. So that cannot be determined immediately, that we need some mathematical model. That is last class also I said one example. If I am giving to you individual assignments, you may submit your assignments, I can evaluate directly and give marks. But I am asking whole team to prepare one assignment, you are presenting, then I am not able to readily determine who is the most influential in that preparation of that particular assignment. That is the thing here involved in that. In that case, what I have to do is I have to go for prediction using some relationship mathematics. So for that, the quality by design is helping to design your experiment based on mathematical models. Here some models we'll discuss, then we'll go for understanding of case study. Here anything if you want to optimize, that is two things are very important. One is problem type variable, then variable type one. So problem type is have unconstrained and unconstrained. I exampled clear that one car if I want to purchase, I'm not giving any conditions, that is called as unconstrained effect. So I am asking to prepare buy a car with the 10 lakhs rupees, that's all. So you can buy a car, within that any car you can purchase, so no constraint. But I am keeping some constraint, that is it should be 7-seater, I need a leg room, then fuel efficiency, airbags, these are all constraint problems. So that means you can understand with the condition, if anything we are predicting for final product, that is called as constrained problem. Another one is unconstrained, nothing, no problem, only you buy a car within a 10 lakhs. So like this, without condition is there unconstrained problem. Another one is variable. Variable can be divided into two parts. One is dependent, another one is independent. You know what is meant by dependent and independent. I am giving here. Independent is called as factors. What another name is called as independent variables, factors. That means you can alter these values. Factors, what are the materials you are using, that amount, ratio, whatever you able to change, that is it is whatever it is in your control is called as independent variables. So based on independent variable, what is I am going to get a response is called as dependent variables. So very simple study, you can understand. Whichever able to control by you means the organization or any employee, anyone able to control that factor is called as factors. Anything depending upon the what is the material or what are the process I am able to perform, from that it is able to get, that is called as responses. So you have to understood these two things are very very clearly. So that means now we are going to see this one only, factors. What are the factors I am going to change to predict my things? That is why we preparing Ishikawa diagram, that is cause and effect diagram. I explained that cause and effect diagram last class itself. That is, what is your expectations? It may be whatever field, your expectation will be the right side. So what are the factors relevant to this? You have to keep in the left hand side. For in that particular factors, maybe a sub attributes also, maybe chances, everything you list out. Among that, which is the things going to directly influence your response what you selected? That means what is the response and factors having direct relationship identification, that is called as critical parameter identifications. So this point you have to be very clear. You consider your studies. I think you may come from different fields. Your what is the things you need to optimize, that should be in the right hand side. What are the factors influence will be in the left hand side. So this left hand side, any number of factors, any number, you can make up to 100, 200, 300. Among that, you have to think it that which is more influential for changing my response identification. This is called as critical parameter identification. How can be that I can identify among the 100 or 200 factors which is the significant factors? That is a multi questions. So that we need to identify. What? One second. I just. Hello. Is it audible now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. I'll continue. So that means what are the things I am able to change factors that I can identify. Among this, the critical parameter identification I can by brainstorming sessions. That means whoever involved in that area field, or your co-employee or co-worker or your superior, all put together to identify their expertise we need to use. That is one way. Another one is existing reports on the particular area of research or particular work. What is the reported earlier reports available? That also you need to identify. Second point. Third point is you have to go for preliminary experiments. You have to perform some preliminary experiments, which is the identification of critical parameters. The three way to utilize that. The brainstorming session will play the significant role to identify what are the factors involved, as well as which is the critical parameters. So that is expertise. Their expertise we are utilizing. So that is the brainstorming session is a very, very essential for your any type of organization improvement studies. That is optimization. Best thing I wanted to perform, then you need some brainstorming sessions. Whoever it may be, you have to take it under their concern. With that, you have to go for this. Then confirmation by earlier reported data, anything is available, predetermined published data. Then another thing is, third point is, what are the possibility to perform pre-formulation, like simple experiments. Some pre-formulation experiments you need to perform. Some trial batches you have to perform. Based on that, identification of critical parameter come to the pictures. So these all called as formulation variables. So what are the materials I am using? That material changing, the material amount I am changing. These all called as formulation variables. Then process variable, how much time I am stirring, how much time I am heating, how much in the process, anything if I am a variable, that is called as also factors, but that is called as process variables. So the factors can be further classified into two types. One is the ingredient, what is the things I am using, that quantity, that names if I am changing, that is called as formulation variables. So quantity of the drug, quantity of the polymer, quantity of excipients, then type of excipients, everything will come to the picture in the formulation variables. Then how much time I am mixing, how much time I am boiling, how much time I am filtering. So this all comes in that called as for process variables. These two we need to identify. Both the things I can take it. This both are qualitative as well as quantitative value I can take. two type of analysis generally is that. I think you might understand quantitative analysis, qualitative analysis. Quantitative is the amount. So we need to determine that factors can be in the quantitative. So we can numbers so that we can change. So by keep changing the factors, my response will be able to predictable. That is why the mathematical model is going to help. That is why the QBD is asking to use DOE in your approach. So the next, what happened? One second. Slides not. Okay. Now it's changing. No slides. As I already says, which is able to control by the formulator is called as independent variable. That based on the factors changing, what is the response I am going to get, that is called as dependent variables. So when I need to perform experiments, this should be very clearly understand. So how it be? So I think here the easy way to understand the optimization procedure, whatever inputs I am giving, it will go to the system, then output it will come. That is the general procedures. When I am applying optimization, I have to give an input, it will go to the real system. I have to apply some mathematical model systems. Based on that, optimization procedure will come. So if input factors, whatever the factors I am giving, levels by changing I can give depending upon the mathematical equation. Based on that, I'll get the response. This is called as optimization procedures. See, I think everyone knows this. Actually, whatever the factors I am giving, by changing levels I am giving the material, then the mathematical model will apply, then it will predict the response. It will give the, if you are keeping this condition, you will expect this much quality product. So that is called as mathematical model going up to design of experiment. This procedure is called as optimization procedure. So one example I'll give here. I think you might clearly understand by selling if you are in pharma field. So everyone easily understand. Tablet I am preparing. The tablet should be a hardness. The tablet should be in a hardness manner. It should be. See, I want to increase the hardness. What I have to do is I have to changing the binding agent. So binder, I have to add more binder. If I am adding, the tablet will be produced as a hard test tablet. So that means only one thing I am giving, preparing a tablet with a hardness. So no other conditions are applied here. So if I want to improve the hardness, I can use binders. That is simple. If you consider the same situation, I want to use some other process, like if I am the same condition, I am want to add one constraint. You need a tablet with a higher hardness. At the same time, your tablet should be disintegrate 10 seconds or 15 seconds. If I am adding one more conditions, then maybe the process will come to the picture. See, actually I am clearly, I want to explain here. Only one condition means I want a tablet with the hardness, no constraint. But I want a tablet with the hardness. At the same time, it should be dissolved in the 15 seconds or 14 seconds. That is a constraint. I think you can easily understand. If I am not having any constraint, you can keep add binding agent how much you want to produce a hardness. But at the same time, you should be a hardness. At the same time, you should be dissolved in 15 seconds, 14 seconds. If I am keeping one condition, then I cannot, as such quantity I want to use as a binding agent, I am not able to readily use. That is the problem I need to face. So this come to the picture to keep the adjusting conditions. Once again, again. So that is the I want to prepare a tablet with uh, increased hardness. At the same time, I want to minimize the time to disintegrate. Disintegrate, yesterday itself I said that one example, increasing the particle size can be disintegrate by gastrointestinal fluid by just a movement that called as peristatic movement. It will disintegrate, so the breakdown of molecule will call this. So if I am adding one constraint, it should be hardness tablet, but it should be disintegrate 15 second or 14 second. When I am giving a constraint, I need to concentrate both the parameters, like hardness also I need to consider. At the same time, disintegration also I have to consider. So two response I am taking. One is hardness, another one is disintegration. Then I cannot add as much as binding agent I want. So this is the one simple example I want to tell. Another one. So the next example is HPLC method development. Any person developing a HPLC method development, their main objective is reducing the retention time. That is analysis time they want to reduce. So for that, what they will do, how much the volume fast, the keep the flow rate is higher, definitely the retention time will be decreases. So when I am keeping changing the flow rate, that retention time will be greatly reduces. So depending upon, I have to check the retention time. At the same time, if I am keeping, I want to separate the HPLC, two separation need to be separated well, then I have to concentrate that as also. So I have to consider one factor I am taking as a response, or two response if I am taking, that globally I have to optimize. When the example comes, I think you may understand. You can take this as an example, see where I can involve my factors by changing the factors to get a best optimum condition. That is the ultimate aim of this mathematical model. So here, number of experiment design is that this all not directly, this all not in your syllabus, but you should learn how the DOE. That is why I am taking this and all for not in your syllabus. I will tell you that here the response surface design is we are using to experimental design. DOE means what is that? A systematic method to determine the relationship, the factors and process towards the output of your response. That is what are the factors and the process I am changing, what the way it is going to reflect in the process that I am going to understand. That is called as DOE. Already I said in these 4 stages of DOEs are available. Number 1 is plan. So as per this quality by design also, every time I am telling plan is the very, very essential. Planning not only by you, it's a team effort. That is brainstorming sessions you need to keep. Then the questions, what are the gaps is available to fill the problems. What is the problem I am taken? What is that is your research or your condition, your projects, whatever it may be. In that you have to ask many questions to get a gaps between them, the brainstorming session. Then based on that, you have to design your experiment. So the designing of experiments is majorly planned because of your expectation output. So that is why QTPP is very important. Quality target product profile. I am telling repeatedly, your experiment will be designed based on your output. What is the output you are expecting? That fulfilling is very, very essential. Based on that, you have to plan. So this slide is very, very essential. If you want to keep this slide very essential, that is plan. Questions, you ask the questions, you collect the factors, what are the things you do, gaps or steps involved in that. Then you have to design the experiment. When the designing of experiment, perform the experiment as per the design. What the design is suggesting you to, you carry out these conditions means you have to perform the experiment under the various conditions. Then you have to collect the data. When performing a data, what is your response? You have to collect and observe then you have to keep in the administration in the systemic methodology, that is mathematical model. Then you have to analyze what are the diagrammatic way model or everything you have to plot, depending analyze, that is analyze. Then you can get the answers for that. So what is the things I am able to get for that? I think you can get. This is the 4 step: plan, collect, analyze, and present. So that means the presentation will be systematically, mathematically, graphically, ramp model, 3D surface, everything can be determined. That is your output, your how you are going to present in your study. So this is the 4 stages involved in the DOE. So the remaining and all I am not going to think. This point is very, very essential. If you want to apply a DOE, these are the 12 steps are very, very important. The description of problem. Here I am going to spend some 15 minutes. You keep, so 12 points, description of problems. Description of problem it in the sense, so what is your problem? So what is your planning? What your work? What is your research? What the objective aim? That is called as description of problem. So you have to find out your problem. Then analyzing the existing data. What is the current scenario of and that? See, if you consider, I want to prepare a tablet for what is that? Malarial drug. You keep the example. One example you take that I want to prepare a tablet for malarial fever. Okay, this is my problem. So that is called as your problem. So otherwise, if I want to prepare a tablet for any other cancer drug, colon cancer, that is my problem. So like this, your aim will be your description of problem. In that case, what I have to do is, I will take the example of malarial drug. So I want to work on malarial drug. So that is my problem. So then what I have to do, what are the existing drugs available, then what is the procedures involved in that, what is the steps involved in that to preparing of malarial drugs. So that I need to analyze, that is existing data. Identification of the situations, that means what is the gap in that, what the point they not be considered. Then how to improve that drug available, existing drug, what is the way I can improve that. All identification is called the situations. Then among that, based on that, I want to fill the gaps. Anyway, somebody has left out some points, they may not be considered. That point you need to identify. That factor levels you have to fix it. What are the factors significantly influences? You have to identify that part, you have to work it. So that is called as list of factors. List of factor selection is based on the brainstorming session, based on the existing data. Another one is preliminary experiment. This, when I am able to get the list of factor, among that which is the best one, 3 factors or 4 factors, identification by again the same methodology will be applicable. So then experimental responses, what is your output? So if you are preparing a tablet for multimalarial, how should be, what is the points, what is the terminology it has to be concerned, that you have to identify. That is called as responses. Based on the responses, you have to prepare a mathematical model. Mathematical model is that if you are keeping some condition, how you are going to get a product, that it will predict some mathematical experiments. This can be done pure just a simple equations, or like Excels, or plenty of softwares are available for this working. I'll share one slide. What are the factors will be that is what are the softwares available for this, I'll explain now. JMP is one of the leading softwares for this mathematical models. Design Expert is available. These are the 2 are very, very potential things, softwares. So okay, then I have to select the factors. Among the factors, what is the lowest level, what is the highest level I have to fix. Then it will give you a design matrix to perform the experiment. So if you consider one tablet, I am mixing time, I am giving one factors, I am selecting any one preparation, I am taking a example is mixing time as a one factor. If I am taking, the level should be at 20 minutes to 40 minutes means, so 20 minutes is the lowest level, 40 minutes will be highest level. That I have to give it to the software. then automatically it will predict and give that what is the condition you have to perform the experiment. I'll show, and that you can understand. Then I have to plan the experiment, then perform the experiment, then data need to be incorporated into the software, then I can get a interpretation and the effects what happening. Based on that, I will get one condition is called as global optimized conditions. If I have one response or two response or three response or four response, I may take among the all the four response, I need to prepare what are the condition I need to perform. I can give two example. Based on that, I can easily understand. But these are the 12 steps are very, very essential for performing DOE. This can be adopted in everywhere. You can adopt, not only a pharmaceutical formulation or engineering or everywhere is you can apply this. So that is why what we have to do is, so this slide steps involved in the optimization. Global means for all the response need to be taken into the consideration. That is called as global optimization. One example I'll show, as I said, I'll show that examples. These are the things, exam point of view you can keep. But I said, no, what are the softwares used for DOE? Design expert, I am telling that some softwares are not in the current position to use, but it's available. DOE Fusion, Modi, Nimrod, Unscrambler, SAS, SPSS, SigmaStat, JMP, Minitab. Only now the top two softwares are Design Expert and JMP are performing very excellent way to design of experiments. SPSS also, it's a excellent software to use statistical models, but the design of experiments, Design Expert and JMP is the key role performer. So here I'll show one example. This is the case study one. This I already shown in the last class. This is my case. So I want to prepare a microspheres. Microspheres, I think you need to, that is a microparticle. I think many people have seen that cold actor capsule. In that some beads will be there. That is called as microparticles. A core particle is surrounded by coating materials called as microsphere. The technique is called as microencapsulation. A core particle is surrounded by coating material, make it as a beads, like balls is called as microspheres. In the micro size is called as microspheres. In the nano size, that is less than 10 minus 9 power, that is less than 1000 nanometer, is called as nanoparticles, nanospheres. So here microspheres I want to prepare. So that means 1000 bigger than 1000 nanometer, I am able to prepare a particle. Drug will be the center, the coating material will be surrounding that. It's like a spherical shape, I want to prepare. That is my goal. That is my problem. Among that, one response is very, very important I am keeping. The drug released from the microsphere is my terminology. I want to take that. So not meaning that only one response I am considering. I have 3 or 4 responses I have. In the coming slide, you can see this. Here, you can see I taken 4 responses. That is, what are the responses? Yield. I want to increase the yield. I want to decrease the particle size as possible. Then the drug entrapped into this, that is the drug present in the ball, like a ball structure, microsphere, how much the drug is entrapped, that is I want to determine. Then drug release I want to determine. These are the 4 response. Simultaneously, I need to optimize. That means a prepared particle should be release the drug in more than 80% in the gastrointestinal. Then the drug entrapment efficiency also high. Then particle size should be less than some nanometer. Then highest yield I want to produce. A single formulation to satisfy all the 4 is called as global optimization. At the same time, if I want to perform only, I want to increase the yield. That is called as individual optimization. I am consider only, I want get a product only yield, only particle, lesser particle size, only higher entrapment efficiency, only drug release is my concern, means that is called as individual optimization. But a single product satisfy all the 4 responses: yield, It should be higher yield, less than particle size, that higher entrapment efficiency, and increased drug release I wanted to use. If I am keeping like this, what are the factors will change these responses? I have to identify. That means, see, I have 4 response: yield, particle size, entrapment efficiency, and drug release. So here you can see some 20-30 response factors are available. These 20-30 factors, among that, only 3 factors I made taken for my study. That is ratio of drug, volume of organic solvent, and the rotation per minute stirring. So these are the things are majorly influence their drug release. That is the case. I wanted to take this as a key factors. See here, I selected a factors: RPM, rotation per minute, drug and polymer ratio, then volume of organic solvent. These 3 factors, if I am changing, this can be changed. That response I can change. So I have selected 3 factors. I am giving into the software. These are the 3 factors I am selected. Then I need to give some levels. What is the levels? RPM, how much speed I can rotate. What is the lower level? What is the higher level? Drug polymer ratio. That means drug and polymer ratio. 100 mg drug, 100 mg polymer. If I am taking, that is called as 1:1 ratio. If I am taking 100 mg polymer, 200 mg, 100 mg drug, 200 mg polymer, if I am taking 1:2. So one amount of drug, 2 amount of polymer I am taking, like this. Then volume of organic solvent, how much I can use, maybe 10 ml, 15 ml, 25 ml, like this. So levels I have to fix. See, next slide, you can able to see. So this slide, you can easily see this 3 factors I am selecting: RPM, drug polymer ratio, volume of organic solvent. In that, I can perform 5-level experiment also able to perform. Here, I am taken a central composite design. One is available in the design expert. 5 levels. So I am taking 5 levels. If you want 3 levels, you can take, or 2 level also experiment take, depending upon C. If I am 2 level, -1, +1 will be the 2 levels. Other higher value, lower value. In between value, we not perform the experiment. That is one option. Then another one is 3 levels: higher value, lower value, in between one value, that is mid value, that is called as 3 levels. The -1, 0, +1. I want to perform a detailed experiment. That means I can use 5 levels. So in more option is available. That is 1.682. That is called as alpha value, minus alpha plus alpha. This alpha value, this is a determined value. The softwares, they already have that values also you can perform. That means you can keep 5 level of experiment, detailed level of experiment, more optimum condition if I want to predict. So I am giving into the software. These are the factors I have selected. These are the levels in the RPM, 800 to 1200 RPM. I am going to perform the experiment. Then I want to perform an experiment with 1:1 ratio to 1:5 ratio. Then volume of organic solvent 10 ml to 30 ml. Then the software will readily give some condition, 20 experiment it will make give. You can see here 3 things are came into the picture. I think you can see here -1, -1, -1, +1, -1, they given this. So that means the volume, the coded value, -1 and +1. So this coded value it's given. That means amount also may give what is the amount you can use for the preparation of your experiment. You can see -1, -1, -1. Here -1 is 900, 1.2, 15. That means my question is here the RPM will be 900, 1.2, then 1:1, then 15. This the level condition I need to perform the experiment, and I have to get the value of yield, particle size, entrapment efficiency, drug release. I have to get it, analyze. So here I think you may get easily. I want to perform an experiment. I'm giving into the software. These are the 3 factors are identified. These are the levels. Based on that, The software will give you the design matrix. The design matrix in the sense how many experiments you need to perform. From 8 experiments you suggest, or 13 experiments, or 17 experiments, or 20 experiments may suggest by the softwares. That softwares you need to perform the experiment and determine the response values. This here I think you can see this given by the softwares. We performed the experiment and measured the volume of the responses. Then we are going for detection of equations in that. So that equation is given by the software, mathematical equation, regression model equation they may call, or polynomial equations. These equations is clearly indicate that if I want to yield alone to best yield, that is highest yield, everyone wanted to need highest yield. So if I want to increase the yield, I have to keep this equation alone. Only if I want to consider a equation only for yield, but I need all put together want to optimize, no? So that means all the equations I want to go for some criteria you need to set. What is the criteria in the sense what is the condition is available it may give. The software doesn't know what is your response to a increase, which one things you need to increase, which one we need to decrease. So that is why you have to give a criteria, some information to the software. Yield I want to maximize, particle size I want to minimize, entrapment efficiency I want to maximize, drug release also I have to keep maximize. This information software doesn't know, you have to give that. So which thing is minimized, which thing is maximized. Based on that, the software will give you the condition, which condition if you are need to perform the experiment. Yeah, I think you can see here the best condition is given by the software is highest volume of RPM, highest volume of drug polymer ratio, and low level of organic solvent may produce or satisfy your requirement to enhance the yield, reduced particle size, then enhanced entrapment efficiency, and enhanced drug release. So this will be given by the software. That is based on the mathematical equations. That means it is predicting, it is hypothesis. See, if you are performing an experiment, I performed the experiment minus level, so 800 to 1200 I performed the experiment. But the software says that if always higher speed will give you increased yield, decreased particle size, and enhanced entrapment efficiency, and enhanced drug release. So that means all these things is hypothesis. The software will help you to predict the condition, best condition. The same way, no need any software, Excel or mathematical equations. What is the equations involved in that? You can able to see in the software, or it's a lot of software coding systems are available. Using that yourself, you can design which condition you will be given the best output of my product. So that means if I am satisfying these conditions, that is QTPP, quality target product profile, because I am expecting the high yield should be a product, then lower particle size is my expectations. Then another expectation is entrapment efficiency more than 85%. The drug release also more than 85%. I need a drug release, so that I am attaining. So if I am attaining this, then it will be a quality product. The product will be a quality product. So the designing of experiment will help me to predict a quality concern to produce a best requirement. That is what I am expecting for my output. That is QTPP, quality target product profile. What I am expecting in the future, that can be determined easily by keeping some conditions. So I can perform an experiment 800 to 1200 RPM, but I can get a best product at 1118 RPM only. That I determined by some software procedures. So that is called as DOE. One example, I think you can see what is the effect and all given. This called as 3D surface, the interaction effect. This all given by the software mathematical model will give you the factors interactions. That means what is the effect of the factors 1 to 1. So all the factors involved into the decreases or increases criteria, that is whatever things you need to increase or decrease. So the normally this all will be not easily confirmed within a class, but you can understand here that non-parallel line indicates that it has interaction, positive interaction. That means RPM and drug polymer ratio, if you are changing, your particle size will be greatly reduces. That is the ideology. Keep changing of particle size. I want to reduce the particle size. I have to enhance the RPM. I think you can easily this interpret 800 to 1100. I'm increasing from here to here. It is start decreasing. So this is the way I have to understand this. This is called as 3D response surface. See, before optimization, the product having a particle size of 550. By using optimization, we able to produce 196 as a particle size. Such way, best output you can get it by keeping the conditions, the designing of experiment with various levels. That is called as DOE. Then another example I said, no. So that example I'll go. This is the explanation point of view. This and all not essential, but how the DOE is applying, that is only your part. So that is why I'm explaining here. Here the second case study, the same like on HPLC method development, they wanted to perform. HPLC method development is a HPLC method development. Some people may separation science. HPLC is a high performance liquid chromatography. It's an instrument to separate the constituents, active constituents. So that is a separation technique. Separation technique is called as chromatography. The chromatography is a separation techniques. In that, one hyphenated instrument name called as high performance liquid chromatography. So that is HPLC method development. I wanted to determine the drug content, how much the drug content present in that by HPLC. For that, I need to develop a method. That method I should be satisfy the consumer or organization with the minimum period of time. I have to analyze the drug samples, because HPLC is a costly equipment. If you are running too long, that cost you very high. So that is the condition. I wanted to complete analysis time within a stipulated period of time with quality separations. Here, quality separations I want to attain. That is the ideology. Here are again three factors. That is mobile phase concentration, then pH adjustment in the mobile phase, then flow rate, how fast I am sending a solvent to separate. So these are the three conditions are taken as a key factors for the optimizing the responses. What are the responses we taken here? I said. I think here that slide is missing. Three factors: acetonitrile combination, then pH and flow rate. These are the three responses I need to be factors need to be optimized. That what are the factors I need to determination is capacity factors, analysis time I wanted to reduce, then resolution between the one peak and another peak, the separation between another or two peaks. That gap is called as resolution. So I wanted to identify a quality separation and how much time it will take for analysis of both the drugs. So that is the ideology. Again, the software I am giving the experiment. So the experiment given these are the conditions you need to perform an experiment. The software giving, according to that I perform this called as design matrix. According to the design matrix, the experiment performed and determined the response values and entered here. Up to this we can give to the software, but the software doesn't know what I have to do in the capacity factor or retention time or resolution between. So we have to give a instruction to the software. The capacity factor is reduced, retention time also reduced, separation is maybe 2 or greater than 2 is allowable. So that I can fix. So by giving this instruction to the software will work and give the quality condition. These are the condition you need to keep your things. That is, I said no capacity factor. I kept target TR2 and resolution I keep minimize. This given information to given into the software. The software will start analyzing, will give a one condition called as I think this condition you can perform experiment. I think I will show here one slide will be these are the condition. The experimental asking to this level you need to perform a experiment to get a your response value, that is 53% of mobile phase, 2.9 pH, 1.42 as a flow rate. If you are keeping your experiment of your value target, if you are keeping 2, then TR2 retention time is 3.27, then resolution between 4.2 you can attain. It's giving the software. The software it gives like this. I need to perform the experiment. Is it able to achieve or not? I need to check that. I checked the same results able to reproducible. That means that conditions, best output condition given by the software is acceptable. So here again you can see here all the 13 runs when we performed to determination of drugs available in the loxoprofen and probenecid is a drug used as an internal standard. See, for example, in this experiment, this condition experiment, they wanted to determine the drug of loxoprofen by HPLC method development. The earlier method states that 17 minutes, it's a runtime. 17 minutes you need to perform a HPLC to analyze the loxoprofen. But the developed method by optimization DOE experiment, it's able to decrease up to 14 minutes. The 3.2 minutes itself will be able to determine the drug. So reducing a 10 to 14 minutes in the HPLC runtime may cost greatly, around 60 to 70% of cost of analysis will be greatly reduced. So that is the ideology. By applying some quality aspects, that is design of experiments. See, previously the determination of loxoprofen, if any industry wanted to determine, they given 17 minutes time to run the experiment. But the HPLC is a highly costly equipment. I already said, if you want to run a thing, you need HPLC water, HPLC solvent, air conditioned room, the HPLC runtime, HPLC solvent grades, everything will be very costly procedures. So I wanted to analyze within a 3-4 minutes. You see that how many samples I can determine immediately by using HPLC analysis. The cost greatly will influence in the detection of cost. So this ideology, wherever we can apply to find out the best condition. I am performing an experiment in various levels, but the various levels I can determine, I can estimate the drug content. But one condition will give you minimum resource utilization and maximized my expected quality target product profile. That is called as the best output condition, that determined by design of experiments, not like a trial and error experiments. So I am not performing a trial and error experiments to get a best output conditions. In the earlier stages, we performed before Juron concept, we try based on the optimization by trial and error methodology. Trial and error methodology only applied to determine best output for the my study. But in later stage, when the quality concepts came, then slowly the mathematical model will incorporated into that. Then based on the mathematical model, we wanted to predict means so hypothesis. So if you are keeping this condition of your experiment, definitely your output will be like this. So my output I wanted to optimize. So this I can determine which condition is best to produce this quality and my target product profile. So based on that, I am designing experiments. That designing based on the mathematical model. This is called as quality by design approach. This quality by design approach mainly by design of experiment. This quality by design approach, you may not be attain exit output what you are think, but almost related to that you may get it. So that is every time you may not be get a quality, what is the exact set quality product, but it will be in the acceptable limit. That is, we saw in the one of the quality tool checking that whether your values are within the control levels by checking control charts. That means minimum and maximum level acceptable limit you can keep. See here, one experiment we consider here, I getting 3.23 minute determination. So every time while determination, I may not be get to 3.23 minutes. Sometimes 3.25 minutes, sometimes 3.3 minutes, sometimes 2.18 minutes I may get. Then I have to keep that, which is a acceptable limits. I have to plan accordingly. I can keep that 3.15 is the lowest limit, 3.25 as a highest limit. So if I am keeping like, if my result fall in between that or not, I can determine by using control chart. Control chart. I said one of the tool used in the quality control QC tools. So this will help you to identify the best output of your experimentation. That is called as optimization. Minimum resource I am using, maximum output I am getting as per the quality target product profile. So the my product profile, how it should be? It should be my satisfaction. My satisfaction in that, whose satisfaction? The consumer satisfaction. Based on that, I have to think my responses. If I am selecting the responses to exhibit, then automatically the quality will be reflect in the product. So my aim terminology is by applying some tools to best tools is best adaptability, best methodology, concept, best concept I am applying to determine, yeah, whether it is able to produce a quality target profile with reproducibility and safety efficacy. That all come to the picture into the your responses. So here the takeaway message is the whole experiment will be based on your target product profile. So that means when you are problem fixing, you should be very keen in the what is the final product you are expecting. Based on that, you need to design an experiment. For that, you need some assistance from the mathematical. That is called as the DOE. That plenty of softwares are available, plenty of methodologies available. But your concept is how can be DOE will help you to produce a best output. That is, I examples two things. One is to preparation of microparticle with the increased drug release and reduced particle size. That is my aim. So I prepared a particles by keeping the levels around 600 million particle size I am getting. Then drug release will be 70 to 96 percentage I am getting. So what I am telling that which condition may produce 90 percentage of drug release, 200 particle size I give, then the software will give you some condition. If you are performing the experiment like this condition, you may get a product with a reduced particle size, enhanced drug release it given. Whether it is able to reproducible or not, you need to perform and confirm that. When it's reproducible, that is called as design of experiment producing optimized condition with reproducibility. So this concept you can apply anywhere in this study. You need two slides are very very essential in that. One is what is the 4 stages of DOE. Another one is what are the 12 steps of DOE. You have to identify. One again I am repeating. 12 step is you have to plan your identify, that is description of problem. What is your aim is your problem. You have to keep that problem. Then one is the problem. What is the problem? Gaps presented before. Then what is the literature available in that? That you have to identify. The present condition you have to determine. Based on the present condition is determined, you have to select the factors related to that to need to be optimized. Then the factors, what are the factors you are selecting? You have to fix the levels. That is the fifth level. The level fixing is very very essential. The level fixing and the factor selecting is primarily based on preliminary experiment, then group brainstorming session, and earlier published database. When you have to give that to the details to the software, that is called as experimentation plan. Then you have to perform a experimentation. What are the responses you are getting by performing the experiment? You have to analyze, keep in entering in that. Then you have to simultaneously alter all the four responses what you are expecting. Based on that is called as a analyzing, and interpretation takes place. Then it will give you one condition. So according to the values presented here, experiment you performed here, if you are keeping this condition of your experiment, you can expect this output as a your product output. So this will be given by the software. This can be done pure single mathematical coding system. Yourself you can do, or Excel you can perform. Some softwares are available. So this methodology is called as design of experiment. So the design of experiment is very, very essential to produce a quality, reproducible, and safety and efficacy of the product. So this why the DOE is involved in the study to produce a total quality product. So our aim is to understand what is the DOE. So not in the expert in the DOE. DOE is a very wide experimentation procedures that cannot be readily explained within like a 5, 15, 20 classes. It's a long trial, hands-on trials. You need to understand step by step. But this you terminology I want to explain. That is why some two case studies I taken as an example. Here I shown that two examples. So these slides I'll share to the your coordinator. You go through that. If any points you need to discuss, you want to apply the quality by design approach or design of experiment in your research in future in your organization, anything, if any doubt, anything, you can contact, or you can, many video classes are available, design of experiment, even my class is also available. You can step by step you can learn and you can use. I think I'll wind this session today. Next class I can go with Six Sigma concept, and other things I will start in the future class. So thank you. Next class, I think for me on Wednesday only. Wednesday, I will come and take the Six Sigma classes. Another 2, 3 classes, I will explain the Six Sigma. Then I will go for the third unit. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Am I audible? Hello,
Yes, sir.
everyone.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Am I audible?
Sir. Yes, sir.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Now my slide is visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Epidemiology.
Yes. Shall we proceed or wait for 2 more minutes?
As you wish, sir.
Okay, right. Okay, then we'll start. In the previous class, I have discussed some basics of epidemiology, and majorly I covered descriptive epidemiology, case control, and cohort studies. In this, we are going to see more of experimental epidemiology, which is actually the continuation of previous class. Okay. So, what is experimental study? A study in which the population is selected for a planned trial of regimen whose effects are measured by comparing the outcome of the regimen in the experimental group versus outcome of another regimen in the control group. To explain this very simply, you go to a population, select a population, divide the population into two groups as experimental group and a control group. In the experimental group, you do some manipulation, whether withdrawing or adding or changing the treatment. In the control group, you just give a placebo. You monitor for a period of time. After a period of observation, you analyzes the changes happened, and by the change, you could able to corroborate whether the manipulation, drug addition, drug deletion, or drug modification has brought a significant change or not. So by corroborating these evidences, you can extrapolate that the drug which has been deleted or added or modified has brought a significant effect in the population. Okay, so this is how experimental study. You are going to do some experiment. You are going to do some manipulation with a control group so that you can easily compare the results. Okay. So it is similar in approach to cohort studies. So what is cohort study? Before the disease has happened, we are going to select a population with risk factor and without risk factor, and we are going to follow up for a period of time and see whether the disease has occurred in a population with risk factor and without risk factor. Likewise, it is very similar to cohort studies where we have selected a population with a certain disease and we are manipulating in one group of population and giving placebo in another group of population. After a period of time, we are just observing does anything has been changed in the experimental group and control group. So it is very more or less similar to a cohort study. But in cohort study, you just observe. You are not going to manipulate anything. But in experimental studies, you are going to do some manipulation. The manipulation can be an addition, deletion, or modification. Okay. So it involves some action, intervention, or manipulation, right? So aims, it is to provide scientific proof of etiological factor which may permit the modification or control of those diseases. To provide a method of measuring the effectiveness and efficiency of health services for the prevention, control, and treatment of disease and improve the health of the community. So I think the English is very simple and you are able to understand these 2 points from the above slide. Now coming to animal studies, So experimental reproduction of human disease to confirm etiological hypothesis and to study pathogenesis. So certain diseases can be demonstrated in animals too. Such diseases will be studied initially in animals, and the results of those study can be corroborated to human population to some extent, although not 100%. So example, removal of pancreas in animal and inducing type 1 diabetes mellitus. So suppose I am going to study effect of insulin in a patient with type 1 diabetes mellitus. I do not know how the insulin is going to act, but still I want to study. So what can I do rather? I can induce type 1 diabetes in an animal by removing its pancreas and introduce insulin in those animals and measure the sugar levels in those animals. In this way, we can indirectly, without risking the human population, we can able to study the efficacy of insulin in patients with type 1 diabetes mellitus. Suppose the insulin studied in animal population is too hazardous, is causing too much side effects, then the same insulin need not be studied in human population and need not be harming the human population. And at the animal level itself, we can introduce some chemical modification to that insulin to boycott the side effects, and again study in the same animal population, corroborate the studies and see whether side effects has been minimized or not. Suppose if the side effect has been minimized, then you can introduce the same chemically modified insulin in the human population and subject human population for observation or experiments. Okay. So testing the efficacy of preventive and therapeutic measures such as vaccines and drugs. So same example, administering insulin in animal population after inducing type 1 diabetes in that animal population by removing their pancreas and see whether the blood sugars are controlled or not. Next, completing the natural history of a disease. Observing the disease course, its complication and response to treatment. Okay, almost it is with the same example we can say. So suppose a patient without pancreas is going to suffer from type 1 diabetes mellitus, and because of type 1 diabetes mellitus with uncontrolled sugar levels, what are the complications going to develop can be observed in animal population. Some animals can develop retinopathy, which is changes in eyes. Some animal can develop peripheral neuropathy, which are changes in nerves. Some animals can develop cataract. Some animals can develop heart disease. Some animal can develop dementia, which is memory disturbances. Some animals can develop ulcers in their extremities. Like this, the entire course of the disease can also be studied in animal population with subject to restriction. Okay. So what are the advantages of animal studies? Experimental animals can be bred easily in laboratories. It is easy for manipulation. Multiply rapidly, and investigators may carry out certain experiments like genetic experiments, which may take several years in humans. Like genetic experiments, what they are telling. There are some variety of diabetes, like in type 1, all we know type 1 diabetes, type 2 diabetes. There are other varieties of diabetes like MODI, which is from 1 to 7 types. And MODIs are autosomal dominant disease. Autosomal dominant disease means single point gene mutation. By inducing that single gene mutation, you can induce MODI and see that genetic mutation has caused the diabetes in that animal or not. And you can also study the disease course of that MODI in that animals. Okay, MODI means maturity onset diabetes of young. Okay. Next, limitations So as mentioned before, not all human diseases can be reproduced in animals. So such diseases cannot be studied in animal population. Conclusions derived may not be strictly applicable to human beings because the entire genome of an human is not similar to the genome of an animal. So the entire conclusions cannot be derived, but to a certain extent, we can extrapolate and corroborate the results from animal population to human population. Okay. These are the limitations of animal studies. Now coming to human experiments. In 1947, James Lind, okay, Linese means it is lemon, okay. So James Lind observed that lemons can cure scurvy, and he proved that lemon contained vitamin C, and vitamin C as a deficiency as a causative for scurvy, and replacing vitamin C as a treatment for scurvy. In 1796, Edward Jenner and cowpox. So it is very interesting. So Edward Jenner is a scientist, and he was observing that the maids in their camp were not developing smallpox, and these maids has already developed cowpox. So he was like, okay, those people who developed cowpox are resistant to smallpox. Then, observing this, Dr. Jenner took a material from cowpox sore on milkmaid Sarah Nelmis' hand and inoculated it into the arm of James Phipps, the 9-year-old son of Jenner's gardener. Months later, Jenner exposed Phipps several times to variola virus, which is a causative for smallpox, but Phipps never developed smallpox. So, there is cross immunity between two viruses. So from cowpox antigen, they produced antibodies which were similar to smallpox. In this way, vaccination against smallpox was identified, and thus smallpox has been eradicated from the world now. Later, with technology advancement, from the variola virus itself, smallpox vaccine has been synthesized. However, the first identification of smallpox vaccine was from cowpox virus. So this is how human experiments started in the ancient times. Another example, Goldberger observed that pellagra was due to nutritional deficiency of vitamin B5. Later, upon supplementation and feeding school population with sufficient food, resulted in decreased pellagra incidence. In this way, he found that vitamin B5 deficiency, which is pantothenic acid, is responsible for pellagra. So types of trial, it is controlled and non-controlled trials. Again, in controlled trials, we will have randomized and non-randomized trials. This randomized trials can be blinded and not blinded. We are going to see this one slide in an elaborated manner. Okay. Next, types, as we mentioned earlier, randomized control trials and non-randomized or non-experimental trials. So what is randomized control trials? The concept of randomization as a method for treatment assignment was first introduced by Fisher. The first randomized controlled trial were undertaken by Medical Research Council, that is streptomycin in the treatment of pulmonary tuberculosis. This is best method of evaluating new therapies or new programs. Carefully developed methods to minimize error while comparing alternative strategies in human subjects. So what are the steps involved in randomized control trials? Drawing up a protocol, selecting reference and experimental population, randomization, manipulation or intervention, follow-up, assessment of outcome. We will see all these with an example. So the study design in a flowchart manner. So first select suitable population, then from that population select suitable sample, make necessary exclusions like those who are not eligible, those who do not want to give consent, Next, randomize that population into experimental group and control group. The experimental group will undergo manipulation. The control group will undergo placebo administration. After this, you follow up, then assess. Okay, this is a very precise, and one slide is containing a huge amount of information of randomized controlled trial as a whole. Okay, so now I am going to explain this flow chart with an example. This example is a real study which is being carried out by one of my friend. Now, actually, she has started up the study and the study has not yet yielded results. Okay, so study population of my friend, outpatient department, outpatient department in a hospital, then that is the suitable population. The suitable population is outpatient department. Okay. Next, select suitable sample from that population. Out of all outpatient department, my suitable sample will be patients with controlled diabetes mellitus type 2. Okay. I have selected a suitable sample and I have selected a suitable population. Now I will make necessary inclusion and exclusion criteria. Okay. So these are the inclusion and exclusion criteria. So I'm going to include all patients with type 2 diabetes mellitus with controlled diabetes status above age 18 years. I will select both the genders. Controlled type 2 diabetes mellitus with stable treatment for 3 months with HbA1c less than 7, which means it is controlled. Next, hypo or normomagnesic patients. Next, EGFR, which means creatinine clearance is good, more than 60 ml per minute per 1.73 meter square of body surface area. Next, I am going to exclude EGFR with less than 60 ml per minute per 1.73 meter square of body surface area. Patients on insulin means patients on insulin will have uncontrolled diabetes. Patients taking magnesium, okay, containing drugs directly or indirectly. In the past 4 weeks, patients on diuretics, proton pump inhibitors, because these are going to alter the magnesium levels in your body. Urinary tract infection in the past 1 week or at the time of baseline visit. Next, pregnancy, breastfeeding women. These are for safety concerns. Allergic to magnesium supplement, because I am going to give magnesium to the patient as a study intervention. So if those patients are allergic to magnesium, I have to exclude them. Next, hypertension. Next, chronic diarrhea. Chronic diarrhea will be hampering magnesium absorption. Next, hypertension for safety concerns I have removed. Known case of any cardiac disease, chronic inflammatory disease, cerebrovascular disease, and malignancy, all these for select population I have removed. Okay. Known case of elevated hepatic enzymes more than 3-fold over normal values. So select population is outpatient department. Suitable sample from that select population is type 2 diabetes with controlled diabetic status. So I'm going to exclude and include population based on these criteria. So after this necessary exclusions, I'm going to randomize the population into experimental group and control group. For the experimental group, which is an interventional arm, I am going to give the standard treatment with oral magnesium citrate 330 milligram once daily. For the control group, I will give standard treatment and also placebo once daily. The placebo, suppose the magnesium citrate tablet is in a circular form, white in color, with an in between line in it. I have to choose a placebo with exact physical form of the magnesium citrate in order to provoke differences among experimental and control group. Okay. Next, this is the manipulation I have done. Now I will follow up and I will assess. Okay. Now protocol. Okay. Specify the research question, aims and objectives. So what are my research question, aims and objectives? With this above example, effect of magnesium citrate on insulin resistance, pancreatic beta cell function, renal function in type 2 diabetes mellitus in a randomized double-blinded placebo-controlled trial. So I am randomizing, I am giving a placebo in control group This double blinded, we will come in subsequent slides. Okay. This is my study heading. So what is my research question? To determine whether magnesium citrate improves insulin resistance in type 2 diabetes mellitus. To determine whether magnesium citrate improves pancreatic beta cell function in type 2 diabetes mellitus. Okay, this is my research question and this is I am going to evaluate or analyze. Now, what is the independent variable? The independent variable is magnesium citrate. What is the dependent variable? Insulin resistance in type 2 diabetes mellitus and pancreatic beta cell function in type 2 diabetes mellitus. Confounder variables will not be applicable to this example, so I have not quoted it. Okay. Criteria for selection of study and control groups. Again, study and control group criteria will be the almost same. Okay. Now sample size. How many I have to include for the study? We will have a sample size formula as mentioned above. There are different formulas. Okay, my friend used this formula. Okay, now standard procedures to be followed. Then responsibilities of the people involved should be priorly decided. Protocol should be strictly adhered to throughout the study. Okay, you cannot add. I am not getting a patient with strict diabetic control. So in between, I'm going to add people with somewhat uncontrolled diabetes. That should not be done. The protocol should be strictly adhered throughout the study. Okay. Test run of the protocol. Test run also I will come in subsequent slides. We have separate thing. Okay. Sample size estimation. This is with another formula where n is sample size, P1 is effect with standard treatment, P2 is effect with new drug. The effect size will be P1 minus P2 and the total P will be P1 plus P2 divided by 2. Q is 1 minus P or 100 minus P percentage. Okay. Sometimes if you are doing a pilot study, you may not have a prevalence for certain disease. In such cases, you have to do with this method. If your study is a common study which is already been having the disease is having prevalence distribution in various regional groups, you can corroborate your p value, which is prevalence value from an existing study, and you can once you know the p value, you can arrive at q value, which is 1 minus p. Okay. Next, selecting reference and experimental population. So reference or target population, the population to which the results of the trial are applicable. So what is the target population in my example? Type 2 diabetes mellitus. Only if I choose a patient with type 2 diabetes mellitus, my trials will be applicable. Okay. Next, experimental or study population. Those who give informed consent should represent the population to which they belong, and they should be following the inclusion and exclusion criteria. So what is randomization? So in this slide, we didn't explain example for randomization. Okay. Now how we are going to randomize? You have studied, you have selected a population sample and you have made necessary exclusions. And after this, you will have a set of population. And with this set of population, how I am going to randomize? There should not be any partiality. So in order to avoid this partiality, hey, this fellow is known to me, so I will put him in experimental group and I won't put him in placebo group. So this partiality should not be there. For that sake, you are actually randomizing with principles, randomization principles. Okay. So it is a statistical procedure by which the participants are allocated into groups like study and control groups. It is done to minimize bias and to allow comparability. So bias is what the example I told. He is known to me. The person A is known to me. So I will put him in experimental group. This bias should not happen. To minimize this bias, only we are applying certain rules for randomization. So every individual has an equal chance of being allocated into either study group or control group. Okay. So no one will know who will enter into control group or experimental group. So each person will have 50-50 chance of entering into control group and study group if you apply randomization rules. Okay. So methods of randomization, there are so many methods. Tossing a coin. Okay. I will call a person A. If it is heads, he will go to control group. If it is tails, he will go to study group. So this is an example for tossing coin method. Next, I will call B. I will spin head and tail. If it heads, according group, tails, according group. Like this, tossing coin method. Next, lottery method. Like I will put all the 100 people into a lottery. The first 50 numbers will go to group A. The next 50 picking up from lottery will go to group B. Like this, I can do a lottery method. Or I will have only two lottery. Control group, experimental group. So I will write in two pieces of paper, control, experiment. I will call a person A and I will pick a paper. If it is control, okay, he will be gone to control. If I pick experimental, he will be put into experimental. So it is a lottery. It is all how we design. Okay. But this is the example of lottery method. Next, random number table. Actually, there is a random number table available by which we can easily randomize people into group A and group B or group experiment and group control. Okay. Next, group or cluster randomization. Suppose there are 100 people in the sample. Okay. First 5 will go to experiment. Second 5 will go to control. Third 5 will go to control. Fourth 5 will go to experimental. So like this, in groups, you are randomizing. This is group or cluster randomization. Next, randomization of matched pairs. So this how can be done? You make this 100 into two lines. In this side 50, in this side 50. Okay. 1 and 50 will go to control group. 2 and 49. 2 and 49 of opposite groups will go to experimental group. 3 and 47 or 3 and 48 will go to experimental group. 4 and 47 will go to control group. So this is matched pairs. I have just given an example. Or like I will do 50 people in one line and another 50 people in another line. Each odd number people will go to control group in one line. Each odd number people in experimental group will go to experimental group in another line and vice versa. Like this also I can do randomization by matching pairs. Next, blocked randomization to ensure equal number of participants in each group. Randomization is done in block of predetermined size. So it is different between group randomization and blocked randomization. So in blocked randomization, out of this 100, I will separate everyone into 4. First 4 will go to control group, next 4 will go to experiment group. That is group randomization. Now, after dividing into 4, 4, 4 of each group, in this 1 and 3 will go to experiment, 2 and 4 will go to control. Like this, if I do, it is actually blocked randomization. So any combination can be performed AABB, ABAB, BBAA, BABA, BAAB, ABBA. So like this, any formulas you can apply. Okay, this is an example with block size 4. Okay. Next, stratified randomization. So I am using some strategies. I'm using some strata. Okay, what is just strata? It can be age, it can be sex, it can be ethnicity. Like 100 population. Hindus go to one group, Muslims go to one group, Christians go to one group. The strata used here is religion. Age group 5 to 10 go to one group, 10 to 15 go to another group, 15 to 20 go to another group, more than 20 go to another group. Like this, if I do, it is age strata. all males go to one group, all females go to one group. This is sex strata. Okay. Next, manipulation. So manipulation may be addition, deletion, or modification. Okay. So it is just intervention or manipulation in the study group by deliberate application or withdrawal or reduction of a suspected causal factor. Okay. So this is manipulation. So your suitable population, how you have selected, I have told you. I have told how to select a suitable sample out of suitable population. I have told with an example. I have given necessary exclusion criteria and inclusions criteria with an example. Now I have told what is randomization, various type of randomization by which we are dividing the population or suitable samples into experimental group and control group. Now I have told what is manipulation also. Okay. Now, what is blinding? Okay. In the topic we have seen double blinded. So we will now see what is blinding. So randomized, double blinded, placebo controlled trial. Randomization we are doing, we are introducing placebo in control arm. So it is placebo control trial. Now see what we will, now let us see what is blinding, what is single blinded, double blinded, triple blinded, etc. Okay. So what is blinding? So it is very common English word and the exact meaning. Blinding means what? You are just not knowing, okay, not seeing. That is blinding. The exact English vocabulary applies to the epidemiological word also. A process in which either observer or subject are both rendered ignorant about the group allocation. Okay, this is called blinding. Single blind trial. Subjects are not aware about group allocation. The population which you have selected do not know that they are going to whether experimental group or control group. If the population doesn't know, it is single blinded trial. If the population and observer, if I am the observer and I also do not know which is experimental group and which is control group, then it is double blinded. After I have done an observation, follow up, and study results, there will be an analyst. And if he also doesn't know that the whether which group is experimental group and control group, then it is triple blinded. Okay. So this is a diagrammatic representation of the above slide. If it is single blinded, only subjects are blinded. If it is double blinded, subject and observer both are blinded. If it is triple blinded, subject, observer, analyzer, all three are blinded. Next, follow. So again, going back to the main slide. So randomization, I have explained, manipulation. Now, what is follow? Okay. So examination of the study and the control group at defined intervals. Duration of trial is based on expectation that a significant difference will be demonstrated at a given point in time after the start of the trial. Attrition should be minimized. Okay. I will explain each point. Examination of the study and the control group at defined intervals. So how I am going to select a defined interval? With the above example, I am going to study effect of magnesium citrate on insulin resistance and pancreatic beta cell function. Suppose this magnesium citrate has reduced the insulin resistance. The standard treatment will have an enhanced effect and bring sugar levels further down, which can be evident from FBS, fasting blood sugar level, postprandial blood sugar level, and HbA1c, which is average of 3-month blood sugar level. Right? Suppose if the magnesium citrate is not adequately reducing the insulin resistance, then the standard treatment will not have an added effect. So the blood sugar levels in control group and placebo group is going to remain same. Correct? Now I have told FBS, PBBS and HbA1c. HbA1c is an average 3-monthly sugar levels. So in this exam, study example, I will take the defined interval as 3-month period. Okay. So in that experimental arm, patients will receive standard treatment with magnesium citrate. In control group, the same standard treatment with placebo. Both groups will receive this mentioned drugs for a period of 3 months, and after 3 months, I will again study their HbA1c levels. Suppose in experimental group, a person with hemoglobin HbA1c 7 after 3 months has shown a HbA1c of 6.8 or 6.5. In arm B, standard treatment with placebo, pre-trial, pre-intervention HbA1c level 7. After 3 months of follow-up, the HbA1c remains 7. It means there is 0.5 reduction in HbA1c in magnesium citrate group. With this, we can extrapolate that magnesium citrate has reduced insulin resistance to an extent, so which is evident by reduction in HbA1c levels in the A group. Placebo group, there is no added agent to reduce the insulin resistance, so the HbA1c did not show significant reduction in HbA1c levels. Right? So this defined interval for this group, we can take it as 3 months. Suppose I am handling another experiment, say an hypertensive drug. You can even fix the defined interval as 2 weeks. Usually, we will titrate antihypertensive at the period of 2 weeks. Suppose I am introducing an antihypertensive agent. You will expect an immediate reduction in blood pressure. Yes, it is correct. But we have to have an average. So usually we will take the average time period as 2 weeks. So after introduction of antihypertensive agent, I will see blood pressure after 2 weeks. If there is no significant reduction in blood pressure, then only I'm going to increase the dose of the administered drug or add another drug. So for hypertensive trial, I will select a time period of defined time interval as 2 weeks. But for sugar, any experiments based on blood sugar levels, I can set my defined interval as 3 months. Because HbA1c is a 3-month average blood sugar level. Okay. Attrition should be minimized. What is attrition? Attrition means loss of follow-up. During the follow-up period, the study subjects should not leave the study in between because of any reason. So this, upon minimizing this, you will have better result. Someone has switched on your mic. Kindly switch off it. Next, assessment. So the assessment can be done at interim analysis, intention to treat analysis, and per protocol analysis. Okay. So what are these? Interim analysis means examination of experimental and the control group subjects at defined intervals of time in a standard manner. Like I said, 3 months. At a defined interval of time. If I see the differences in both groups at the defined interval, it is called interim analysis. The total study duration may be, say, 1 year. but I am doing an interim analysis at a defined time period, which is 3 months. So that will be called interim analysis. The study period has not yet completely over, but in between the study period itself, I am drawing a result. That will be called as interim analysis. Next, intention to treat analysis. Outcome is analyzed among the subjects according to the group in which they were originally randomized. So even if participants discontinue, analysis will be as per subject's original randomization plan. So once randomized, always analyzed. It means attrition is not a matter of concern here. If people left also, I will assume they are still in the study and I will include them in the sample size and I will draw a result with them also. So intention to treat analysis will not have concern regarding attrition issues. Per protocol analysis. This will include those participants in both groups who undertook at least 80% of assigned study medication, completed a certain percentage of their expected follow-up visits, and had no other protocol violations. Okay. Suppose if people have been attrited, like people have left before 80% of study completion, I will not take them for analysis. Okay, this will be per protocol analysis. Actually, the per protocol analysis results are more valid. Okay, because people who have attrited or left may modify the study results. So, in any study, per protocol analysis is more valid. Okay, next, bias. Bias can be of subject variation, observer bias, bias in evaluation. Subject variation. So while selecting the subjects, I may have some variations. So that is subject bias. Next, observer bias. Observer bias, if I do some mistakes or error, that will be observer bias. If an analyzer is having some mistake, that will be bias in evaluation. Next, variations of RCT, randomized control. Concurrent parallel study design. Patient remain in the study or control group for the full duration of study. So within the sample after random assignment will be exposed to specific treatment in experimental group and unexposed to specific treatment in control group. Over a period of time, I am observing and analyzing the outcome. So this is concurrent parallel study design. A and B group will remain the same. This is crossover type of study design. Patients are assigned into study and control groups. Study group receive the drug under study, control group receive placebo, and two groups are observed over time. Both treatment and placebo is stopped for a period of time. Now the study period receives placebo and the control group receives the study under. Okay. Drug under study. So in a sample, after random assignment, exposed group and unexposed group. After a period of observation, these groups are interchanged. Now, the unexposed group in the previous thing will receive the drug, exposed group will receive placebo. After that, the results are compared. So, what are the advantages of this crossover model? All patients can assured of receiving new therapy, and it is generally economical. This study is not effective when the drug of interest cure the diseases. The drug is effective during a particular stage of disease. If this disease changes radically during the period of time required for the study. Suppose if it is an infective disease, the exposure to treatment, specific treatment completely cured the disease. Now, how can you interchange with the placebo? Because no value. It has cured the disease completely. So that type of disease cannot be taken for this model. Okay. Next, run-in design. So I told run-in period. No, the run-in design model will have run-in period. So what is run-in period? I will just put the sample. I won't randomize. I will just give treatment for all, and I will see who or not is not detaching from the study or leaving the study for a period of time. Suppose 3 months. Some people during the run-in period itself will go out of the study. So this run-in period will minimize disease related to attrition. Okay. And it is exactly similar type of concurrent parallel study. Only which you will have a run-in period. Okay. Advantages: increases power by increasing the subject response to intervention. enhances compliance to treatment, reduces attrition problem. Yes. Factorial design. Used when the drugs to be tested have different anticipated outcome, have independent modes of action. So advantages will be efficient and economical. Limitations will include interaction between the treatment and outcomes. Factorial design is not a prevalent method of study used usually. Advantages of RCT. Best evidence study design. There is no inclusion bias because you are blinding, controlling for possible confounders. Comparable groups are there because of randomization. Disadvantages of RCT, it is a large trial. You need a large population. You need a long-term follow-up. You will have a problem with compliance. It will be expensive and ethical questions are there. Next, what are non-randomized trials? There is no randomization. It is next best thing to randomized control trial used when we cannot randomize our subjects. Make sure groups are as similar as possible. So there are so many types in non-randomized trials between group designs, with group study designs, time series design, uncontrolled trials, natural experiments, before and after comparison group. Between group designs. So compare groups that have not been randomized. Example, subjects are allocated with pseudo-random mechanism. Every subject with even hospital. So it is very easy. You have to optimize. Just compare it. Within the group. Now within group study design, time series design. Single group with outcome compared in each subject during different periods of intervention. Here each participant will serve as his own control. Very easy example now. You will easily understand. Sample is a type 2 diabetes patient. I will give treatment of metformin example and I will measure outcome in those. Next, the same sample will not receive metformin and again I will monitor their sugar levels and again I will subject to treatment and again I will monitor sugar levels. So here reproducibility of metformin in controlling the sugars can be established. Okay. Advantages, time dependent controlling variables are minimized, which is actually reproducibility. Useful when outcome variable responds rapidly and reversible to treatment. So again, we can use only those things which will rapidly reverse to treatment and respond to treatment. If you treat diabetes with metformin, sugar levels will bring down. If you stop metformin, sugar levels will go up. So it is reversible and it is responding immediately also. So such type of studies only can be applicable. Next, uncontrolled trials. No comparison group or historical controls are used. So PAP test is effective investigation in cervical cancer screening is a very good example for uncontrolled trials. They will do PAP screening for all women and find incidence of early detection of cervical cancer. By early detection of cervical cancer, they are able to treat cervical cancer at the earliest stage, thereby not losing the patient. Here, there is no comparison group. Okay. Next, natural experiments. Natural circumstances that mimic an experiment. So here, John Snow's discovery of cholera a waterborne disease. Okay. This is very interesting. Again, in England, it happened, I think so, if I am not wrong, where people around a lake are subjected to cholera. By this natural calamity experiment, he found that cholera is a waterborne disease. Before that, many people thought cholera is an airborne disease, etc., etc. Before and after comparison group. Before and after comparison group with control. Natural controls or historical controls, both can be used. Study on seatbelt legislation. So, in America, seatbelt legislation was issued. Before seatbelt legislation, number of accidents per week are 100 example. After seatbelt legislation, number of accidents has been reduced to 50. Or mortality after accident is 100. Mortality after seatbelt legislation was 50. So seatbelt legislation has brought significant difference in mortality after an RTA. So this is before and after comparison. So without control, James Flynn study on scurvy. People who took vitamin C containing fruits did not develop scurvy. People who took vitamin C, who didn't took vitamin C rich fruits developed scurvy. There is no control group here. Next, hierarchy of evidence. So the evidence is editorial or expert opinion. Next is case series or case reports. Next, case control studies. Next, cohort studies. Randomized control trials. See, the randomized control trial is in top of the pyramid. Beyond that, systematic reviews. Systematic reviews is actually reviewing many randomized control trials which has happened all over the world and compiling them into a information. Okay, it is not a study. It is systematically reviewing so many randomized control trials across the world and bringing out a common solution or resolution. Next, uses of epidemiology. To study historically the rise and fall of disease in the population. Community diagnosis, planning and evaluation of individuals' risk and chances, syndrome identification, completing the natural history of disease, searching for causes and risk factors. So with this, I hope you people are able to understand something in epidemiology. In the first two classes, we have covered basics of epidemiology, methods of different methodology of epidemiology like descriptive epidemiology, then case control cohort studies. Now in this class, we have mainly covered randomized control trials and non-randomized control trials in detail. So if any doubts, I'm very happy to clear the doubts. Okay, so come forward. Any doubts, people?
இல்லம்மா அப்பா நான் ஒருத்தரும் குத்துனாங்க.
So guys, if there is any doubt,
இல்ல ஸ்டூடண்ட்ஸும் கிடையாது நீ டீச்சரும் கிடையாது.
so no doubts means everything is understood or nothing is understood. So someone has replied, it is understood, sir, and thank you, sir. So then it is good. Then so then if no more doubts, I think I can wind up my class, and you people can go for a lunch break. I think so, and join for subsequent classes. Thank you.
மா வாயேன் இது ஓபன் பண்ணிப்பா. இது என்னத்த கழுவினீங்க? என்ன கழுவி சிங்க்லாம் வருது. எந்த பஞ்சு போட்டு கழுவினீங்க? கக்கூஸ் கழுவுற பஞ்சு போட்டு கழுவினீங்க சிங்க. கை கழுவிட்டு வேண்டாம் சோப்பு தான் கொண்டா. இன்னும் அக்கௌண்ட் பண்ணுங்க. ஒண்ணே இந்த பஞ்ச வச்சு கக்கூஸ் கழுவு இல்ல சிந்து கழுவு அங்க தனியா வச்சு இந்த கக்கூஸ் எடுத்து கழுவு இந்த இந்த அதான் பண்ணாதன்னு சொல்றேன் நான் சுத்தம்ன்றதே சுத்தமா கிடையாது இங்க எல்லாம் நம்ம சிங்க்ல வந்து நீ வாய் போட்டிக்கிறோம் என்ன பண்றோம்னா நீ அது கழுவாமலே விட்டுறாங்க இத அங்க எவ்வளவு அழுக்கு இருக்கும் தெரியுமா நம்ம குரூஸ் கார்ட்ல அது இதுலயே போட்டுறாங்க அழுக்கு வந்து நீ அப்புறம் நீ கழுவாமலே இருக்கலாம் அதுக்கு அப்படியே விட்டுறாங்க அது எடுத்து வந்து நீ கழுவுறதுக்கு எல்லாருக்கும் பண்ணணும் அவங்க செய்யும் போது ஒழுங்கா செய்யணும் செய்யாம விட்டுறோம் என்ன நம்ம குட்டிங்க வழியே அவங்க போனாலே எந்த ஸ்பாஞ்ச் எதுக்கு யூஸ் பண்றதே தெரிய மாட்டுது எல்லாத்தையும் இந்த கார்டுல போட்டு சொல்லி வச்சிர வேண்டியது இது எதுக்கு மஞ்சள் போட்டு கழுவுற இது வேற பஞ்சே இல்லையா இது வேற பஞ்சு இல்லையா அப்ப பாத்ரூம் எதுல கழுவுற பாத்ரூம் எடுத்து கழுவுற ட்ரெஸ் கழுவ மாட்டேன் ஸ்பாஞ்ச் எடுத்து கொஞ்சமா கூட வேலை செய்தா கழுவே நான் கழுவுறதில்ல உன்னை யாரும் வாஷ் மிஷின் கழுவுன்னு சொன்னாங்களா டீல போட்டதுக்கு அவங்க கூட எப்படி வாய் குடிக்க கை கழுவ பண்ண முடியும் வரவங்க போறாங்கல வரவங்க எப்போ வராங்க யாருன்னா யூஸ் பண்றாங்க இந்த பாத்ரூம் தண்ணில எவ்வளவு அழுக்கு இருக்கும் அந்த பாத்ரூம் தண்ணில அங்கதான் நம்ம குளிக்கிறோம் கக்கூஸ்ல எவ்வளவு அழுக்கு இருக்கும் அந்த பிரஷ் எடுத்து வந்து இதுல போடுறியே யூஸ் பண்றதே நீ யூஸ் பண்றதுன்னு சொல்லாதமா நான் யூஸ் பண்றேன் நான் யூஸ் பண்றேன் பிரஷ் போட்டு கையை வச்சு நல்லா தேய்ப்ப க்ளவுஸ் போட்டுன்னு யூஸ் பண்றதுல ஏன்டே கால் சொல்றியா நீ வரம்பா அதுலயே சோப் கூட போட்டு கழுவுல அப்படியே தண்ணில சோப் போட்டு நான் தமிழ் கழுவ வேலைய பாரு வச்சுக்க இபாத நான் சோப் போட்டு பாந்து வந்து வாஷ் இபாத நான் சோப் போட்டு கழுவுறேனா யார் சொல்லி கொடுறீங்க சோப் போட்டு கழுவ வந்தனே உனக்கு ஒண்ணு சொல்லி சோப் போட்டு கழுவ வந்தனே எதே உனக்கு நான் பக்கத்துல சோப் போட்டு
அண்ணே அண்ணே ஸ்டோரி முடிதான் சொல்லு விட்டு சார் சாப்பிட கூல் ட்ரிங்க்ஸ் இல்ல தீர்த்தியா
சார்ஜர் போட்டேன், சார்ஜர்
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Am I audible? Is my slide visible? Any one of you please respond? Any one of the participants please respond? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Is my slide visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is my slide changing?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So kind of you. So today, under paper 17, in the subject hospital facilities management, with the paper code MBHM 4002, in unit 4, there are 3 topics. One is ambulance service, another one is hospital security service, and the third one is mortuary service. Yesterday and the day before, we have dealt with ambulance service and hospital security services. Today, we are going to deal with this emotional topic, mortuary services. Mortuary is an important integral part of every hospital, as it deals with the preservation of the dead body so that the forensic clinicians and pathologists may investigate the cause of death and make scientific investigations. Bodies may be viewed and identified by relatives and friends in case if it is an unidentified body, and bodies may be kept until burial in freezer box. The concept of womb to tomb in healthcare of the population of our community health literature clearly indicates that in healthcare, apart from doctor's duty, it is also the duty of the doctor to arrange for the care of the patients who are no more. In general, mortuary complex consists of number 1, autopsy room. It is also sometimes called as postmortem room. Preservation of the dead, that is called cold storage room, and auxiliary areas. Morgue is a predominantly used word in North American English, while mortuary is a common word used in British English. The term mortuary or morgue is usually not mentioned in front of the patient in the hospital. Instead, they make use of a word called rose cottage. So in front of the patients or the patient's attenders, in front of the visitors, when the medical team discuss, they make use of the word rose cottage instead of the word mortuary. What is post-mortem care? After the death of a person, a number of procedures are carried out under the general term post-mortem care. The body is washed carefully. The orifice, nose, mouth, they're all plugged. And pads are kept in certain area to avoid bruising. These procedures not only reflect the scientific requirement for keeping up of the dead body before dispersal, but also reflects the respect of the deceased one. What is the need of a mortuary? In a hospital, after death, the patient's attender, the visitors, they would not be in a position to carry the dead body to their place. And as per law, In some cases, post-mortem had to be carried out and then the body will have to be given. So in such cases, mortuary is the place where the dead body could be preserved and kept. A carefully planned mortuary complex is of great benefit, especially to the police, in case if it is a death by accident, death by suicide, or murder, or rape. The doctors, where they learn from the dead, the medical students, the staff, and to the relatives of the deceased. Lot of sentiment value is attached to the dead in the hospital. Lot of legal procedures will have to be carried out. So proper management of the mortuary is very important. What are all the functions of mortuary? The first function of the mortuary is to preserve the dead body till the formalities of handing over the deceased is completed. In many hospitals, the dead body would be unclaimed. So those dead bodies will have to be preserved. Usually unclaimed dead bodies are kept for 72 hours. And if it is not claimed, then usually in a hospital, it is, in case if it is a teaching hospital, it is used for teaching purposes, or not, it is handed over to a nearby teaching hospital. Or in the regional land, they would have their rules and regulations. So as per the rules and regulations, the body is disposed of. The major function of the mortuary is to receive and store the dead body, requiring post-mortem examination, to carry out medico-legal post-mortem work, to impart teaching programs for undergraduates and postgraduates. I think one participant has kept his mic on, so there is disturbance in sound. Please mute your mic. The types of dead body preserved in the mortuary can be classified into two types. The number one, non-medico-legal. In non-medico-legal, again it can be classified into two types: identified body, unknown. The next one is medico-legal. Again here it can be classified into two types: identified and unknown. In a hospital, when they are planning for a mortuary, the selection of the location is very important. The location should be in an obscure place. In the entrance of a hospital, or where the visitors come near a canteen. So in these places, it's not appropriate to keep a mortuary. Usually mortuary is in a separate building. The transportation of the dead to the mortuary, that path should be unobstructive. It should be easily accessible to the pathology department. Depending on the space and the type of hospital, Committee on Project Plan has recommended that 6 to 8 square feet per bed as a general guideline for the space requirement of a mortuary. 6 to 8 square feet per bed. So in big hospitals, the mortuary storage strength would be high. In small hospitals, it would be less. What are all the functional areas of a mortuary? Number one is parking area. The visitors parking. The patient's attender who come in vehicles to receive the dead body. So that vehicle has to be parked. So the place where the body is handed over to the relatives of the deceased. So that place has to be a covered portico, because in case of rain, there must not be any discomfort to the patient's deceased patient's attender. There must be a reception area and waiting area where these formalities of obtaining the signatures from the patient's attenders and close relatives are being carried out. There must be a trolley area. There must be a separate room designated as storage chamber where the bodies are preserved. There must be a postmortem room where the postmortem is being carried out. There must be an office room for record keeping and processing. There must be a doctor's room, a store room, a room for technicians and attenders, a changing room, and toilets, including toilets for the physically challenged. The parking area must be spacious enough. The portico where the body is being handed over to the next kith and kin of the deceased has to be a covered portico. As per norms, for per vehicle, 18 square meters of space has to be provided in the entrance. So this area must be close to the parking area and close to the exit of the hospital. The reception of the mortuary is the place where the bodies are viewed and documented, checked. It should have easy accessibility and approachability. The trolley area where the dead bodies are being shifted from the operation theater. So that area is called as trolley bay. So in the trolley bay, the transportation of the dead body is being carried out. It should be near the reception. It should be spacious enough. It should be covered. It should have the necessary ramp. The waiting area must be 12 to 15 square meters. So it should be accessible to the visitors and relatives. It should be pleasantly furnished with the provision for the restroom and drinking water. So the people who come to this visiting area will be in an emotionally high. So they would be crying. Some people would be nauseating. So they may need to use the restroom. In Western countries, there is a 20 square meter viewing room adjoining to the waiting area where the visitors can view the body. So this waiting area, this viewing room should be such that it is suitable for people from all religions. The storage chamber, the recommended area for the storage chamber is 3 square meters. The guidelines is for a 50 to 100 bedded hospital, 2 storage chambers are essential. For a 200 bedded hospital, 3 storage chambers are essential. But in case of a disaster, like during COVID, these guidelines were not useful. During an epidemic, during a major accident, so makeshift arrangements will have to be made. The space needed in front of the cold chamber for withdrawal of trace should be accessible to the post-mortem room. Here you can see the diagram of a storage chamber. In some cases, the deceased relatives may be abroad, so they may take some time for them to come and receive the body. So till then, body will have to be preserved here. So for preserving the body in the storage area, private hospitals charge the nearest kith and kin of the deceased. So this charge is towards maintaining the temperature, the cold storage unit. This is the storage chamber. The temperature of the storage chamber, it should be a negative temperature storage, that is minus 15 degrees centigrade for unclaimed body or for the body where the cause of death is not identified. So when it is minus 15 degrees centigrade, the body is completely frozen and decomposition is stopped. In some cases, they store the dead body at 2 degrees centigrade. So at 2 degrees centigrade, it does not prevent decomposition, but decomposition goes on at a very, very slow rate. So those bodies where no medico-legal disputes are there, for them, this 2 degrees centigrade is okay. But for those bodies where there is a medico-legal complication, then minus 15 degrees centigrade is essential. The post-mortem room is technically an operation theatre. So in an operation theatre, utmost care is given to prevent infection. That is, outside infection should not enter into an operation theatre. But in a mortuary, it is the other way around. The infection inside the post-mortem room should not spill over outside. So that is very important. So that is the difference between an operation theatre and a post-mortem room. Usually in one post-mortem room, there will be 2 to 3 post-mortem tables. As per the guidelines, up to 400 bedded hospital, 2 tables are required. If it is a 600 bedded hospital, then 3 tables are required. So in a very big hospital, you may have 4 autopsy tables. For 2 tables, the area required is 40 square meter. If you want to put additional table, then extra 15 square meters is required. The tables are usually made of stainless steel. The autopsy table is 7 feet long and 3.6 feet wide. They have a horizontal false top supporting the body. They have a drainage, either center or in the foot. There are arrangements of air inlet and outside the side, so that the bad odor is eliminated. So in this diagram, you can see the figure of an autopsy table. A cool spotlight must be available. A wall mount X-ray unit is required. Telephone is required. Formalin, saline solutions and such chemicals need to be preserved. So usually in this autopsy room, the temperature is maintained at 10 degrees centigrade. The guidelines for a postmortem room. The postmortem room should be well ventilated. It should be illuminated properly and cleaned, just as the operation theatre is being maintained. So fly, mosquitoes, they all should be prevented. There must be a proper instrument and specimen storing cupboard. There must be a heavy duty exhaust fan so that the bad odor is pumped out. So the autopsy table must be easily cleanable, and for that water points are required. The floor must be easily washable. The walls must be easily washable. There must be a routine program of disinfecting the autopsy room. There must be facilities for collection of the specimen in case if it is a medico-legal case for further investigation. The drainage must be proper. So for the person who is performing the post-mortem, so he need to wear a clean gown, gumboots. So there must be a storage area to provide gloves, gumboots and towel to the doctor who is going to perform the post-mortem. The instruments and the equipments required must be stored as per norms. There must be a linen store to wrap the dead. So it is usually in the doctor's room that the report writing is being made. And in the storeroom, the instruments are preserved. So usually in the floor or in the table where this autopsy is being carried out, the material is mixed with 3% copper to inhibit insecticides. The walls of the autopsy room are made up of ceramic tiles so that it is easily washed. The windows should be in such a manner that the natural daylight must be adequate. The doors must be in such a way that a portable X-ray machine should be able to come in. It is preferable that a sliding door should be available. The corridor must be wide enough. There must be adequate supply of hot and cold water. There must be safe drinking water facility for the attenders and for the relatives. There must be a hand washing area with facilities for liquid soap, separately for the visitors, attenders, and for the staff. There must be a excellent firefighting system. Sterilizer should be available. Proper heating and ventilation system must be there. The drainage system should be very proper. So the equipments required in a mortuary are Number one is a cold chain, maintaining cold chamber. In case if there is a power failure, there must be adequate backup for maintaining the cold chain in the cold chamber. The autopsy room should be of good quality. Table, chairs, stools, filing cabinets, lockers, computer printers, normal required that it's required. Computers and printers, sterilizer, instrument storage area, portable X-ray machine, spectrophotometer, fuming chamber. So this and all are the instruments that is required in a mortuary. Weighing machine, chromatography machine for carrying out the test in case of it is a suicidal death where poison is being consumed. Scissors, forceps, scalpels, brain, knives, saw, electric saw, bone forceps, embalming machine. So these and all are required. Among the chemicals that are required in a mortuary, the number one is bleaching powder for cleaning. 2% glutaraldehyde is also used for cleaning the instruments. Here, usually they make use of methylated spirit or rectified spirit as a preservative, common salt, sodium fluoride, potassium oxalate, EDTA vials and tubes, sterilized glass tubes with swabs, liquid paraffin, sealing wax, big size envelope, plain power, etc. They are all required. During a post-mortem, specimens are collected and preserved in viscera jars consisting of a saturated solution of salt, fluoride, and formalin. Salt is used for specimens of stomach and liver section and kidney. Fluoride is used for the preservation of blood, and formalin is used for the preservation of tissue. What are all the miscellaneous procedures followed in a mortuary? Number one is the embalming. During the death of Dr. Jayalalitha, this word embalming became very popular. Exhumation, mummification. We have these three terms. Very important in mortuary services. We will see in detail. In case if there is a mass disaster, there must be a proper guideline of what to do in case if there is a mass disaster and suddenly there is overflowing of dead bodies. The major problem in a mass disaster is proper identification of the dead body. The second problem is preservation. The third body is handing over the dead body to the nearest kith and kin after taking into consideration all the formalities that will have to be followed. So all the medical legal cases, you will have to follow it up. Ideally, every victim is given a color coding. In case of a dead body, so the body is labeled with the basic requirements such as name, sex, age, cause of death, and other details like address of the relatives, guardian of the deceased, and the like. So the dead body tagging should be carried out in a scientific way. So this will help in identification of the dead body in case if the number of dead bodies in the hospital is high. So then they will have to apply for death certificate. So for applying for death certificate, they need to obtain the form from the police station and fill it up and hand it over. In case if it is a murder or an accident, then medical legal autopsy has to be conducted. For that also, provisions must be there in identifying the dead body. So in case if there is a mass disaster, so then postmortems cannot be carried out, especially during COVID. No postmortems were done because the number of cases are very high, and this would minimize the inconvenience given to the next kith and kin of the deceased. What is medico-legal autopsy? Autopsy is from two words, auto-opsis. Auto means self, opsis means view. Autopsy literally means to see for oneself. What is post-mortem examination? It is nothing but a medico-legal autopsy. They also call it as necropsy. Necros means dead, opsis means to see. Post means after, mortem means death. So post-mortem means after death. So a medical legal autopsy means an autopsy that is performed by a qualified registered medical officer, especially to meet with certain requirements of law. A medical legal autopsy is performed by a registered medical practitioner and he has to be trained in it. Usually the forensic department takes care of it. So before carrying out a post-mortem, permission has to be obtained from the competent authority. So region-wise, this keeps changing. Then the body is identified. In many cases, the police will have to visit the scene of crime before giving permission for carrying out the autopsy. The history of the patient is taken. Detailed examination as per guidelines is carried out on the dead body. Verification of the injuries as observed by the police is verified by the doctor. The doctor's notes on the observations of the dead body is noted and signature is obtained. The viscera and other tissues are preserved for further investigation by the forensic department. Whenever a body is sent for autopsy, it is always accompanied by a dead body challan. So in case if a body is brought dead from outside into a hospital, so then it is recorded in accident register in case if the death is because of an accident. So in case if the body is transferred from one hospital to another, then the hospital gives a case record along with this dead body challan and report. Dead body challan is a requisition submitted by the investigating police officer to a medical man while handing over the body for performing an autopsy. So the details that are usually asked in a dead body challan is the name, age, sex, religion, suspected cause of death, what is the reason this body is brought to the post-mortem examination. So such details will have to be filled up. The place where the deceased belonged to, name of the accompanying person and his contact details and identification, the time of dispatch, details of dispatch and clothing, so here you are able to see an in-request report. What is this inquest report? It is a report which is available citing the history of the case and circumstances under which the body was found or recorded or recovered. What are the objectives of medico-legal autopsy? The major objective of the medico-legal autopsy is to determine or to identify the person and to determine the cause of death, whether it is natural or unnatural. If it is unnatural, is it a suicide, homicide, or accidental? In case if the suspect is as homicide, any evidence are available to determine the time of death. In case if there is a death in a casualty, what should they do? Number one, patients who die in casualty should be given death certificate by the chief medical officer or senior resident of the clinical unit. It is the duty of the chief medical officer to ensure that the body is sent to the mortuary with due care and consideration. The chief medical officer should make every effort to promptly inform the relatives of the patient who died in the casualty or in the hospital. When the relatives arrive in the casualty, the chief medical officer should show due courtesy and sympathy to them and help them in all possible ways in carrying the body to its cremation. Some of the guideline instructions regarding patients who are dead on arrival at the casualty. So in an accident, if a person is seriously injured, by the time the person is transported to the hospital, on the way the patient would die. So in that case, on entry into the hospital, the competent doctor will examine the body and first give a certificate whether so and so is available. All cases, the brought in dead where the actual cause of death is not known should be handed over to the police for suitable action. The name of such cases should be entered in the casualty attendance register along with all possible details about the dead person obtained from the accompanying relative or the person who brought the dead body to the hospital. The name and address of the person who brought the body should also be noted in the respective column in the register, brought dead register. In case if the death has occurred due to natural causes, there is no suspicion. there is no foul play. The dead bodies may be recorded with the signature of the relatives or attendants and can be handed over to them. In other cases where the death has occurred due to an accident, due to an assault, due to a burn, due to a suicide, due to consuming poison, rape, or any other causes, where it is suspected that the death has not been due to a natural cause, it must be registered as a medical legal case, and the police authorities will carry out the information further. The outpatient paperwork and the death report should be duly completed, and the report must be forwarded to the medical superintendent. And on approval and signature of the medical superintendent, it should go to the medical record section. In case if it is a medical legal case, we will see what is the definition of a medical legal situation. It is a situation where there is an allegation, confession, or suspicion of the causes attributing to body injury or danger to life. The chief medical officer or the resident medical officer is advised not to enter into any argument with the patient, patient's attender, relatives, regarding medical legal aspects of the case. So it is the duty of the police officer to carry out the case further, and the medical team shall not give any such opinion without request from the competent authority. The casualty medical officer, his foremost duty is to render medical aid to the patient, so there is a legal requirement. The chief medical officer is supposed to ensure that all the register, medical legal case registers, they are all serially numbered. Because tomorrow, some sensitive pages may be torn and removed. So numbering of pages is very, very important. The name and address of the deceased has to be legibly entered. The time of arrival of the body to the hospital, the informed cause of death, the nature of injury, all should be entered. So when it is, when this data is authorized by the chief medical officer, the chief medical officer should put his signature with the date, time, and write his name in capital letters. In a medical legal case, when there is a mention about a dead body, so minimum at least 2 identification marks should be carefully observed and entered. A copy of the report should be handed over to the police, and 1 copy should be preserved in the casualty department. Unless and until recovered by court of law, nobody will be having access to the medical legal record mentioned in the medical legal register. All exhibits of legal importance, like gastric lavage, especially in case if the suspicion is there that the deceased has consumed poison, then gastric lavage is very important. It should be collected and sealed and kept under lock and key till it is given to the police, and acknowledgement should be obtained in the register. In all medical legal matters, CMO is the expert advisor. In case if they have any doubt, they can clarify it from the forensic department. The forensic department has clear-cut instructions, guidelines of what they should do in a mortuary. So the following points has to be considered while dealing with a medico-legal case. Number one, the identification of the patient must be entered in the medical legal register and must be countersigned by the chief medical officer. The medical legal report has to be prepared as per the given norms, given guidelines, as per the model given by the chief medical officer or by the resident doctor. So in all medical cases, the nature of injuries has to be clearly mentioned. When this information is shared with the police department on instructions from the court, then the information that is given to the police department will also have to be vetted by the medical superintendent. So in a mortuary, the services of the X-ray department would be required. So an X-ray technician will have to be available. There is a rule that all medical cases, the report should be submitted within 7 days. So we can have a small recap of the mortuary services. We have seen what is a mortuary, a definition, why it is an emotional sensitive area. So what is morgue, what is mortuary, and what is rose cottage? So rose cottage is a keyword in your examination. If you write it, you will get good marks. We have seen the definition of post-mortem care. The need for having a mortuary. And what are the functions of a mortuary service? So we have seen the classification of dead body. We have seen the infrastructure and scene of a dead body. The space requirements of a mortuary service. What are all the functional areas that are required? What is the need for a covered portico, reception area, trolley area, waiting area, storage chamber? What are the specifications of storage chamber? What are all the requirements in a post-mortem room? What are the do's and don'ts in a post-mortem? And what is the cleaning procedure that has to be followed? What are all the chemicals that are used in preserving the dead? In case if there is a mass disaster, what should be the plan of action for handling the dead? How is a medico-legal autopsy carried out? In case if the patient is brought dead, so what should we do? So all such details we have seen. So with this, we end mortuary service. Now, we will go to one more topic. So the next topic that we will be dealing is outsourcing. So this topic cannot be dealt in 10 minutes. I have only 10 minutes. So I will deal about this topic tomorrow between 3 to 4 p.m. But now I wish to give an overview of what is outsourcing. So today, in many hospitals, you will be seeing right from the entrance, the security services, it is being outsourced. If you go to the registration counter, the registration services in big major hospitals, corporate hospitals, they are out. If you go to pay the money, the billing services, they are outsourced. The cleaning services, they are outsourced. So why and what is outsourcing? So those services which are traditionally handled by internal staff for better efficiency, for reducing the cost, they are handed over to their respective professionals. So this is called outsourcing. That is why in this MBA in 4th semester, in paper 17 under the subject hospital facilities management, in the last unit, unit 5, we have a topic called outsourcing of support services. So this is a very important topic. Tomorrow we will deal about it. There is one statistical data that says that instead of performing a function by in-service candidates, if it is outsourced to professionals, the cost is reduced by 36%. So this 36% is a very appreciable amount. This 36% can be used for some other innovative work. The core area of the hospital, the quality of the core area of the hospital services, they can be improved. The speed and efficiency of functioning can be improved. So these and all are the reasons for outsourcing. Today, as the hospital grows, large capital investments are required to modernize a particular service. Like for example, if you take security service, installation and maintenance of CCTVs, providing uniform, appointing and training the security personnel. So this and all is a Herculean task. So the investment for updating, modernizing these services is very high. The time consumed is very high. And the problems, teething problems that may come out is also more. On the contrary, there are professional security care providers. So when it is outsourced to them, number one, it is time saving. Number two, because they are professionals in the field, they will bring in cutting edge technology. So the efficiency will improve. And this efficiency will reflect upon the name and fame of the hospital. So it is a building partnership. So outsourcing is very beneficial and it is here to stay. So as a hospital manager, the knowledge on outsourcing is very, very important. For implementing outsourcing, there are a lot of legal requirements. There must be an agreement that must be signed between the hospital and the service provider. So this agreement must be satisfying the legal norms that is required. This agreement will be within a time period, and after the deadline, it has to be renewed. So there is renewal procedures. So when it is being renewed, the hospital is at liberty to change the service provider in case if it is not satisfied with the service provider. So it becomes more competitive. So better services will be given. So as the environment changes, moving along with the environment, outsourcing is very much beneficial. So we will deal in detail about this outsourcing tomorrow. So thank you very much for your patient listening. In case you have any questions, doubts, you can please raise it now on mortuary services. Today we dealt in detail about mortuary services. So this could be asked as a 5-mark question. So if you have any doubts, you can please ask me. Or you can also WhatsApp me to my WhatsApp number. My WhatsApp number is 98948 You can WhatsApp me your doubts. All the very best. Thank you. Thank you for your patient listening. Thank you. Thank you, one and all. Thanks to Mr. Deepthi and Miss Deepthi and Mr. Prabha. Thank you, Lavanya Vijay Kumar.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? Good afternoon. Am I audible? Okay, thank you. My slides are visible. Okay, today we will be discussing about national health programs. In that, mainly we will be discussing about National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program. So, the National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program, it was first implemented in the states and union territories for prevention and control of vector-borne diseases, namely malaria, filariasis, kala-azar, Japanese encephalitis, dengue, and chikungunya. So, the Directorate of National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program is the nodal agencies for planning, policy making, and technical guidance and monitoring and evaluation of programs implementation in respect of prevention and control of these vector-borne diseases under the overall umbrella of NRHM. So the states are responsible for planning, implementation, and supervision of the program. The vector-borne disease or major public health problem in India, chikungunya fever, which has re-emerged as epidemic outbreak after more than 3 decades, has added to the problem. So the main prevention and control of vector-borne diseases is complex, as their transmission depends on interaction of numerous ecological, biological, social, and economic factors, including migration. Out of 6 vector-borne diseases, malaria, filaria, Japanese encephalitis, dengue, and chikungunya are usually transmitted by different vectors of mosquito, and while kala-azar is transmitted by sandflies. So under National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program, the three-pronged strategy for prevention and control of vector-borne diseases is as follows. One is disease management, including early case detection and complete treatment, strengthening of referral services, epidemic preparedness, and rapid responses. Next is integrated vector management for transmission risk reduction, including indoor residual spraying in selected high-risk areas, use of insecticide treated bed nets, use of larvivorous fish, anti-larval measures in urban areas, and source reduction, and minor environmental engineering. And last one is supportive intervention, including behavioral change communications, and then public-private partnership and intersectoral convergence, human resource development through capacity building, operational research, including studies on drug resistant and insecticide susceptibility, monitoring and evaluation through periodic reviews, field visit, web-based management information system, vaccination against Japanese encephalitis, and annual mass drug administration against lymphatic filariasis. So coming to National Malaria Control Program. So before entering into this, we will be seeing about milestone of malaria control activities in India. First, prior to 1953, the estimated malaria cases in India was 75 million and death due to malaria is 0.8 million. After that, in 1953, launching of National Malaria Control Program was done. And then in 1958, National Malaria Control Program was changed to National Malaria Eradication Program. And then in 1965, cases reduced to 0.1 million. And early in 1970s, resurgence of malaria occurs. And in 1976, malaria cases was 6.46 million. And in 1977, there is a modified plan of operations implemented. And in 1997, World Bank Assisted Enhanced Malaria Control Project launched. And in 1999, renaming of program to National Anti-Malarial Program. Sorry. And in 2002, renaming of National Anti-Malarial Program to National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program. So this National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program, this name came around 2002. And in 2005, Global Fund Assisted Intensified Malaria Control Project launched. And then in 2005, again, National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program became integral part of NRHM, that is National Rural Health Mission. And then again they introduction of RDT in the program. And then in 2006, the ACT introduced in areas showing chloroquine resistance in falciparum malaria. And in 2008, ACT extended to high Plasmodium falciparum predominant districts, covering about 95% of Plasmodium falciparum cases. And in 2008, World Bank supported National Malaria Control Project launched. And in 2010, new drug policy in 2010. And in 2012, introduction of bivalent RDT. And in 2013, new drug policy in 2013. And in 2016, National Framework for Malaria Elimination in India launched. So these are all the milestones. So naming of National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program was named in 2002. And then malaria elimination was launched in 2016. So coming to National Malaria Control Program, what are all the main activities of the program? One is formulating policies and guidelines, and then technical guidance, and then planning the program, and then logistics, and then monitoring and evaluation, and then coordination of activities through the states and union territories, and in consultation with national organizations such as National Center for Disease Control and then National Institute of Malaria Research, and then collaboration with international organizations like the WHO, World Bank, and other donor agencies, and then training the staffs, and then facilitating research through NCDC, that is National Center for Disease Control, and then National Institute of Malaria Research, and then regional medical research centers, etc. And then coordinating control activities in the interstate and inter-country borders areas. Coming to organization, there are 19 regional offices for health and family welfare under Director General of Health Services, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, located in 19 states, which play a crucial role in monitoring the activities under National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program. These offices are equipped with malaria-trained staffs. And then the state government are required to plan and implement the malaria control operation in their respective states. Every state has a vector-borne disease control division under its Department of Health and Family Welfare. It is headed by State Program Officer, who is responsible for supervision, guidance, and effective implementation of the program and for coordination of the activities with the neighboring states or union territories. States are also responsible for procurement of certain insecticides for indoor residual sprays, spray equipments, and certain antimalarials. The central government also supplies DDTs and also larvicides. First, we will be seeing about from state level and then district level and then division level, etc. First, coming to state level, each state has established a state vector-borne disease control society, which include civil society and sometimes private sector representations. These are now merged with similar entities for other centrally sponsored schemes into a single state level health and family welfare society. The main role of these societies is to channelize funds from Government of India to the states and onwards to district for financing of the program. They also play a role in district level planning and in monitoring of program activities within districts. At the divisional level, zonal officers have technical and administrative responsibilities of the program in their areas under the overall supervision of senior divisional officers. At the district level, the chief medical officer or the district medical officer has the overall responsibility of the program. At the district level, district malarial officers have been established in many places, headed by district vector-borne disease control program officer to assist these chief medical officer or district medical officer. This office is a key unit for planning and monitoring of the program. Spray operations are the direct responsibility of DMO or district vector-borne disease control program in the entire district under overall supervision of chief medical officer. There is one assistant malarial officer and one malarial inspector to assist him. So the laboratories have been decentralized and positioned at the PHCs. The medical officer PHC has the overall responsibility for surveillance and laboratory services and also supervise the spray, case detection and management and community outreach services are carried out by MPWs as well as by ASHAs and other community health volunteers. So coming to national framework for malaria elimination in India, it was from the period of 2016 to 2030. So the national framework for malaria elimination in India 2016 to 30 was launched in February 2016. So what are all the goals in this program? One is to eliminate malaria, zero indigenous cases throughout the entire country by 2030. And next is maintain malaria-free status in areas where malaria transmission has been interrupted and prevent reintroduction of malaria. So these are all the two main goals. One is to eliminate malaria, that is zero indigenous cases. And next one is maintain malaria-free status in areas where malaria transmission has been interrupted and prevent reintroduction of malaria. Next, coming to objectives. So the National Framework for Malaria Elimination in India has formulated the following objectives. One is by 2022, transmission of malaria interrupted and zero indigenous cases to be attained in all 26 states and union territories that were undergo category 1 and 2 in 2014. Next, by 2024, incidence of malaria to be reduced to less than 1 case per 1,000 population in all states and UTs and their districts. And then by 2027, indigenous transmission of malaria to be interrupted in all states and UTs of India. And by 2030, malaria to be eliminated throughout the entire country and re-establishment of transmission is prevented. So coming to program phasing, malaria elimination in India will be carried out in a phased manner because the various states or union territories have different level of malaria burden. burden states are in a position to plan action for malaria elimination right now. The high burden states will need to reduce the malaria burden first before proceeding towards elimination. So therefore, states and union territories have been categorized into phases based on their annual parasite index as primary criteria, with due consideration given to ABER and SPR as secondary criteria. So coming to classification of states and union territories for malaria elimination, first is category 0, that is prevention of re-establishment phase. Next, category 1, that is elimination phase. Next is category 2, that is pre-elimination phase. And last is category 3, that is intensified control phase. Coming to cat 1, that is prevention of re-establishment phase. That is states or union territories with 0 indigenous cases of malaria. Currently, no states or union territories in this category. Next, coming to elimination phase, states or union territories with annual parasite index less than 1 and their district reporting API less than 1. 15 states or union territories is being reported. And next, coming to cat 3, that is pre-elimination phase, states or union territories with annual parasite index of less than 1, but some of their districts reporting API more than or equal to 1, that is totally 11 states. And coming to last, that is category 3, is intensified control phase, that is states or UTs with API more than or equal to 1, that is 10 states or union territories. In cat 1, what are all the in cat 0, there is no states in cat 0. In cat 1, there are about 15 states. One is Himachal Pradesh, next is Punjab, Jammu Kashmir, Kerala, Manipur, Puducherry, Chandigarh, Uttarakhand, Haryana, Sikkim, Rajasthan, Goa, Delhi, and Lakshadweep. And in category 2, country states like Bihar, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Uttar Pradesh, Karnataka, West Bengal, Andhra Pradesh, Assam, Maharashtra, Gujarat, and Nagaland. And in category 3, Andaman and Nicobar Island, Madhya Pradesh, Dadar and Nagar Haveli, Jharkhand, Arunachal Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, Meghalaya, Tripura, and Mizoram. So, category 1 state or union territories generally have very low proportion of Plasmodium falciparum cases except Kerala, Manipur, and Sikkim. On the other hand, category 3 states or union territories have high proportion of Plasmodium falciparum except in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So these are all the classification. One is cat 0 is prevention of re-establishment phase. Next, cat 1 is elimination phase. Cat 2 is pre-elimination phase. And category 3 is intensified control phase. So coming to broad strategies of the malaria elimination framework. One is early diagnosis and radical treatment. Next one is case-based surveillance and rapid responses. One is integrated vector management, indoor residual spray, long-lasting insecticide nets or insecticide-treated bed nest, and larval source program. And next is epidemic preparedness and early response. Next is monitoring and evaluation. Next is advocacy, coordination, and partnership. Next is behavior change, communication, and community mobilization. Next is program planning and management. So in that, category 3 is intensified control phase with API of more than or equal to 1, and category 2 is pre-elimination phase of API more than or equal to 1, and category 1 is elimination phase of API is less than 1. So in category 3, there is massive scaling up of existing diseases management and preventing approaches and tools aimed at significant reduction in the prevalence and incidence of malaria as well as associated deaths. And then screening of all fever cases suspected for malaria, and then classification of area as per local malarial epidemiology and grading of areas as per risk of malarial transmission, followed by implementation of tailored intervention. Next is strengthening of intersectoral collaboration. Special interventions for high-risk groups such as tribal population residing in conflict affected or hard-to-reach areas. Next, coming to one-stop center or mobile clinic on fixed days in tribal or conflict affected areas to provide malaria diagnosis and treatment, and increasing community awareness with the involvement of other agencies and services provider as required. And then timely referral and treatment of severe malarial cases to reduce malaria related mortality. And then strengthening all district and sub-district hospitals in malaria endemic areas as per Indian public health standards with facilities for management of severe malarial cases, and then establishment of a robust supply chain system. Next is maintenance of optimum level of surveillance using appropriate diagnostic measures. And then last is equipping all health institutions, primary healthcare level and above, especially in high level areas with microscope facility for emergency use and injectable RT-SNP derivatives for treatment of severe malaria. Next, coming to category 2, that is the pre-elimination phase. The state or UTs in pre-elimination phase or those closer to entering the elimination phase. Therefore, malaria elimination intervention will be introduced with particular focus on setting up an elimination surveillance system and initiating elimination phase activities in those districts where the API has been reduced to less than 1 case per 1,000 population at risk per year. The planning of elimination measures will be based on epidemiological investigation and classification of each malarial case and focus. And next, coming to category 1, that is the strategies or all efforts will be directed at interrupting local transmission in all active foci of malaria. Next one is mandatory notification of each case of malaria from the private sector, other organized government sector, or any other health facilities. And then adequate case-based surveillance and complete case management established and fully functional across the entire country to handle each case of malaria. And then investigation and classification of all foci of malaria, and then a strict total coverage of all active foci by effective vector control measures, and then early detection and treatment of all cases of malaria transmission. And then state and national level malaria elimination database established and made operational. And then implementation of intervention for effective screening, management, and prevention of malaria among mobile and migrant population, and then establishment of an effective epidemic forecasting and response system, and then ensuring rigorous quality assurance of all medicines and diagnostics. And then during investigation of profile, all suspected cases of malaria are due to screened for malaria. These could include household members, neighbors, school children, workplace colleagues, and relatives. And then surveillance of special group, migrant populations, or population residing in the vicinity of industrial areas are also to be covered under surveillance operation. Next, coming to category 0, the strategies in category 0 is to detect any reintroduced case of malaria and then notify immediately all detected cases of malaria and then determine the underlying cause of resumed local transmission and then apply rapid curative and preventive measures and then prevent reintroduction and possible re-establishment of malarial transmissions. And last is to maintain malaria-free status in these areas. So these are all the strategies in each categories. So before entering into integrated vector management, we will be seeing briefly about sentinel surveillance. So one of the weaknesses of the existing malarial surveillance system is the lack of articulation with hospitals, which means that severe malarial cases are not reported separately, and that only a small fraction of malarial deaths are recorded. So therefore, sentinel surveillance is being established in high endemic districts, and also by seeking so it depends on its size, 1 to 3 sentinel size in large hospitals for recording of all outpatients and inpatient cases of malaria and also malaria related deaths. So now coming to integrated vector management. So the measures of vector control and protection includes measures to control adult mosquitoes, that is indoor residual sprays, and then anti-larval measures, that is chemical, biological, and environmental. And next is personal protection, that is use of bed nets, insecticide, treated nets. So a population living in areas of API, annual parasite index, of more than or equal to 5 is planned to be covered by long-lasting insecticide nets, and population living in endemic areas registering of annual parasite index of more than or equal to 2 is covered with conventional net treated with insecticide, and conventional net treated with insecticide will continue to be used in areas registered to API between 2 to 5. So insecticide is still the preferred method of vector control in areas with very hot summer and also states that are not acceptable to population. And then a population of about 80 million is at present being covered by IRS in a country. So DDT is the insecticide of choice in areas where the vector has been resistant to DDT, the alternatives like glutathione, synthetic pyrethroid, etc. can be given. And next is 2 rounds of spraying are done for DDT. And synthetic pyrethroid to provide protection during the entire transmission season. And in cases of malathion, 3 rounds of spraying are required. So for DDT and pyrethroid, 2 rounds of spraying is enough. And for malathion, 3 rounds of spraying are required. So the real coverage is however limited by low community acceptance due to malathion reclastering of walls after completion of IRS. So coming to malaria paradigmas or ecotypes. So the key interventions are as follow. One is strengthening surveillance, introduction of mobile-based surveillance where routine health services or facilities are not available. Next is provision of hamlet-wise ashas instead of village-wise. Next is wherever engagement of ashas is not possible. Anganwadi workers of ICDs, faith healers, local medical or healthcare provider, village headmen, school teachers may be trained and provided relevant logistics to diagnose and to treat malarial cases. In forest areas, involvement of forest department in diagnosis and treatment may be done. In areas with civil disturbance, provision of will and the pre-scheduled mobile health services, and then involvement of local available credible NGOs, non-government organization, and then strengthening of PHC with quality microscope facility, and then provision of diagnosis and treatment facilities by contractors or owners of development project to the laborers on site should be made mandatory. Next is on the spot species specific radical treatment of all malaria. Next is identification of serious cases and early referral to specialized health cases, ensuring free transport services. And next is follow-up and epidemiological tracking of all positive cases. And last is mass screening of migrants wherever necessary. And next is integrated vector management for appropriate vector control. Prioritization of village according to degree of risk for taking appropriate vector control measures. And then social marketing to increase usage of bed nets. Next is minor environmental engineering like cleaning, desilting of drainage, filling pits and ditches, solid waste management through village health, sanitation, nutrition committee, as well as MNREGA. And then regular and efficient supply chain management, and then intensive training for all staff, ashas, and then community volunteers. And last is community mobilization by utilizing traditional IEC or BCC tools and practices. So when is anti-malarial month campaign being observed every year in the month of June throughout the country. So prior to the onset of monsoon and transmission season, and also to enhance the level of awareness and encourage community participation through mass media campaign and interpersonal communication, and consolidate intersectoral collaborative efforts with other government departments, corporate and voluntary agencies at national, state and district levels. So that's all about malarial control program. Now coming to elimination of lymphatic filariasis. The strategy of lymphatic filariasis elimination is through annual mass drug administration and home-based management of lymphedema. So, annual mass drug administration of single dose of antifilarial drug for 5 years or more to the eligible population, except pregnant women, children below 2 years of age, and seriously ill persons, to interrupt transmission of the diseases, and then home-based management of lymphedema cases, and upscaling of hydrocele operations in identified community health center and or district hospital or medical colleges. So the main goal of this program is to achieve elimination of lymphatic filariasis. During 2004, the government of India has launched annual multi-drug administration with single dose of diethyl carbamazepine tablet, in addition to scaling up home-based food care and hydrocele operations. The co-administration of diethyl carbamazepine along with albendazole has been upscaled since 2007. So this program covered 202 districts in 2004, whereas by the year 2007, all the 250 lymphatic filarial endemic districts were covered. So the mass drug administration starts in the month of November, and the coverage has improved from 72.4% in the year of 2004 to 86.8% in 2014. So the 9 listing of lymphedema and hydrocele cases were initiated since 2004 by door-to-door survey in filaria endemic districts. The updated figure till December 2014 reveals about 12 lakh cases with clinical manifestation of lymphedema and hydrocele. So initiations have also been taken to demonstrate simple washing of food to maintain hygiene, and also for prevention of secondary bacterial and fungal infection in chronic lymphedema cases, so that the patient gets relief from frequent acute attacks. So the microfilarial survey in all the implementation unit is being done through night blood survey before MBA. So the survey is done in 4 sentinel and 4 random site collecting total of 4,000 slides. So there is definite evidence of microfilarial reduction in the MBA districts. However, the coverage of population with MBA should be about 80% persistency for 5 to 6 years, which should reduce microfilarial load in the community and thereby interrupt the transmissions. So this program, the National Filarial Control Program, has been in operation since 1955. But in June 1978, the operational component of National Filarial Control Program was merged with Urban Malarial Scheme for maximum utilization of available resources. Next, coming to dengue fever or dengue hemorrhagic fever. Now dengue is more common. So the main component of midterm plan for prevention and control of dengue are as follows. One is surveillance, disease and entomological surveillance, and then case management. One is lab diagnosis and clinical management. Next is vector management, that is environmental management for source reduction, chemical control, personal protection, and legislation. Next is outbreak responses, epidemic preparedness and media management. And next is capacity building, training, strengthening, human resource, and operational research. Next is behavioral change communication, social mobilization and information, education and communications. Next is intersectoral coordination with Ministry of Urban Development, Rural Development, Panchayat Raj, Surface Transport, and Educational sector. And last is monitoring and supervision, analysis of all these reports, reviews, field visits, and feedbacks. So, during 1996, an outbreak of dengue was reported in Delhi. Since then, dengue have been reported from other states also. In view of this major outbreak of the disease, a guidelines of preparation of contingency plan in case of outbreak or epidemic of dengue was prepared and sent to all states. It includes all the important aspects of control measures like identification of outbreak, demarcation of affected areas, containment of outbreak, case management, vector control, IEC activities, about do's and don'ts for prevention of dengue, monitoring and reporting, etc. Since early reporting of cases is crucial to avoid any complication and mortality, the community is given full information about the signs and symptoms as well as availability of health services at health centers or hospitals. Alerting the hospitals for making adequate arrangements for management of dengue or dengue hemorrhagic fever cases has also been advised. So, the Government of India, in consultation with states, have identified 521 sentinel surveillance hospitals with lab support for augmentation of diagnostic facilities in the endemic states. Further, for advanced diagnosis and backup support, 14 Apex referral laboratories have been identified and linked with sentinel surveillance hospitals. To make these functional, IGM capture ELISA test kit or provided through National Institute of Virology, Pune, by free of cost. So, for early diagnosis, ELISA based kit have been introduced under the program which can detect the cases from first day of infection. Then IgM capture ELISA test can detect the cases after fifth day of infection. So before entering into leprosy, we will be seeing shortly about chikungunya fever. So the chikungunya fever is a debilitating non-fatal viral illness re-emerging in the country after a gap of 3 decades. So the Government of India is continuously monitoring the situation. Guidelines for prevention and control of the disease have been prepared. Since same vector is involved in the transmission of dengue and chikungunya, strategies for transmission risk reduction by vector control are also the same. So support in the form of logistic and funds are provided to the states for carrying out proactive surveillance and enhancing diagnostic facilities. There are about 521 sentinel surveillance hospitals involved in dengue in the affected states, also carry out chikungunya. So the diagnostic kit is for this also is provided by National Institute of Virology, Pune, by the central government by free of cost. So there is another one disease known as Kala Azar. So the strategies for Kala-Azar elimination is enhanced case detection and complete treatment, including introduction of RK39 rapid diagnostic kit and oral miltefosine for treatment of Kala-Azar cases, and then interruption of transmission through vector control. It has been decided to replace DDT with synthetic pyrethroid for the purpose of fogging to eliminate sandfly as the insect is being resistant to DDT. Next, communication for behavioral impact and intersectoral convergence. And last is capacity building. So for ASHA, if they are finding one case of Kala-Azar, the ASHA will be provided with an incentives of rupees 300. And then incentive of rupees 100 for one round of insecticide spraying and for about 200 for 2 rounds of insecticide spraying. Even the patient being treated in the hospital will be given rupees 500 as compensation of daily wage for the time he spends in the hospital during the treatment for Kala-Azar, and rupees 2000 for post Kala-Azar dermal leishmaniasis. So the revised strategy of total eradication of Kala-Azar was launched in 2nd September 2014. So the new strategy also include introduction of rapid diagnostic kit developed by ICMR into the program and single dose treatment with liposomal amphotericin B, which is given intravenously about 10 mg per kg body weight dose. We'll be seeing shortly about Japanese encephalitis. It is more common in areas like northeastern areas like Assam, Manipur, West Bengal, etc. The strategies for prevention and control of Japanese encephalitis include surveillance activities, sentinel surveillance, and then integrated vector control, personal protection, and use of larvivorous fixtures, and then behavioral change communications. So Japanese encephalitis is mainly prevented by vaccination, and the age group of children between 1 to 15 years of age. In addition, there is health education through different medias and interpersonal communication for the community. And then use of cloth which fully covers the body, and then use of bed nets. Since early reporting of cases is important to avoid complication, the community should be given full information about the signs and symptoms of disease and also the health facilities available at health center or hospital. The states are advised to use malathion for outdoor fogging. So for Kala-Azar, pyrethroid is used, and for Japanese encephalitis, malathion is used. For all other mosquito-transmitted diseases, dengue, chikungunya, DDT is used. And then epidemiological monitoring of the disease for effective implementation of preventive and control measures, and also technical supports is provided on request by the state health authorities. So till now we saw about National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program. In that we saw about malarial elimination, filaria elimination, Japanese encephalitis, sandfly, dengue fever or dengue hemorrhagic fever, and chikungunya. And then also about Kala-Azar. So that's all about National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program. By next class, we will be discussing about National Leprosy Eradication Program and then tuberculosis RNTCP program and then about National AIDS Control Program. Till now, any doubts regarding National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program? Any doubts regarding this program? Any doubts? Okay, I will share the PowerPoint through WhatsApp. My number is 9578542809. Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, your number, please.
I will share my mail ID. In that, you message me, I will send the PowerPoint. hamsavenigvinay@gmail.com is my mail ID. Okay, thank you.